Good morning, councillors. Good morning, executive. Good morning to those joining us in the digital gallery. It's my privilege this morning to declare the ordinary meeting of the 11th of October open. And in so doing, I would once again pause and acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands across which the Scenic Regional Council area is formed, pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and continue to congratulate them on their nurture of their culture in this place. Note a full attendance of councillors and a full attendance of executive members. Therefore, I have no apologies for the meeting today. We are just making our connection for Pastor James Cullett to join us from the Harvest Point Boona Fellowship to lead us in prayers. Good morning, James.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. We always appreciate the support of our pastors and ministers across the region, and I'll hand over you to lead us in prayer. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good morning, councillors. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Oh, Lord Jesus, it is such a privilege to serve the people of this district. Father, we just say this morning that as we go about the business in this district, we think of everyone that lives here. Our heart is not for our own agendas, but it is to do the best that we can for the people that live and serve and work in this district. Father, we ask for wisdom from heaven above today for all the decisions that we make. Lord, we just say, have your way in this place. This council is here to serve the people. So, Father, just give us your wisdom, your thoughts, and put your purpose on our hearts, that we might be able to be the best people we can and serve the community in the best way that we can. Amen.
Thank you, James. Thank you for that blessing. We appreciate it. We know you have busy work in the community. Understand that you may not continue with us today. We wish you well. If you choose to, of course, the digital gallery is open. Thank you again.
No worries. Thank you. Bless you all.
Thank you. Councillors, we continue on. The next item in our agenda today is item 5, which is regards declarations conflict of interest. I have a request that we consider a brief adjournment because some governance officers have received some late information that they want to contemplate to ensure we don't fall into a difficult place that we cannot retreat from, that could create undue, unexpected consequences for council. So we will adjourn momentarily. I apologise to those in the digital gallery. I don't expect this will be significantly long, but we probably need about 10 minutes for them to seek that advice to provide to the chamber. Okay, councillors, thank you. Councillors, we reform the meeting, continue, noting it's 10:15. Apologies to those joining us in the digital gallery for the extent of that time. There were a number of matters and they drew on, so we did pause for a quick morning tea so we can continue right through now uninterrupted to lunch. Councillors, we're at item 5 on today's agenda. Councillor West, you've informed the Chair that you have a matter you wish to raise.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just like to take this opportunity to inform the Chambers that with respect to item 10.2 of today's agenda, that I am the patron of the Beaudesert District Orchid and Foliage Society, who are recipient. They're listed for consideration towards Council's 2022-23 Community Grants Program, Round 1 funding. My disclosure is neither a prescribed or a declarable conflict of interest. However, in the best interest of transparency and given the visible relationship in the community of my role as patron, I thought it was imperative to provide this awareness. My role as patron is merely that I am not affiliated with the actual committee nor involved in any decision making at all. And it's on that basis that I intend to stay in the Chambers and participate in the discussions and decision making today for item 10.2.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. So we deal with that. Councillor West's made a declaration. Is there any further questioning for the Councillor? Councillor McGuinness, was there?
Yes, Mayor. Similar to that, I am.
Sorry, just before we move on, can we deal with this one? If you have a further declaration, but councillors, I propose from the Chair to move that there is no conflict of interest for Councillor West with regards to item 11.2 of today's meeting. 10.2, sorry. Seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell, any further discussion to that? Those in favour? Thank you. On that basis, we don't have to consider how to deal with the conflict. Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, not dissimilar to that, I am a member of the Harrisville Lions Club. I am not on the executive, but I note that they have a grant there that's being recommended. So just for openness, I put that on the table.
So, any questions for Councillor McGuinness? He's declaring a potential concerning item 10.2 also, but just leaving it to the Chamber for advice. Any further questions? If not, it might fall to me again to propose a motion from the Chair that equally we find no conflict of interest for Councillor McGuinness with regards to item 10.2 of today's meeting. Seek a seconder. Councillor West. Any further discussion of that, councillors? I don't intend to speak to it. If not, those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor McGuinness. You remain for that matter. Now, other declarations. Councillor Swanbury, you'd advise the CEO.
Yes, advise the CEO.
Councillor Swanbury, can you turn your microphone?
I've advised the CEO how I have a conflict of interest in relation to items 11.2, 11.3 and 11.4. It's my request to the meeting that I remain to answer questions in relation to that matter, and also to make a statement in defence of the allegations.
Okay. Councillor, just for clarity, your declaration is as the...
Sorry, Mr Mayor, the declaration is on the subject of the complaints.
As the subject, Councillor. So, councillors, I believe, seek guidance.
Quick question,
yes?
if I can, Mr Mayor.
Yes? Councillor McConnell?
In regards to the application to make a statement, would that need would that need to be,
Sorry, councillor, the process, and just to clarify, the first is, I'm just seeking, I believe it's an automatic.
Well, the statement is not relevant.
No, so first off, the consideration first off is about the conflict.
Yeah.
Councillor has identified, and I believe in keeping with standing orders, there is guidance of how that is dealt with.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor and Councillors, and it's not relevant as this particular part of the statement. It's provided for already in line with the standing orders and procedures.
So just for that clarity, it is an automatic conflict of interest that Councillor Swanborough has declared. Thank you for that clarity. So thank you for that declaration, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, I think what Councillor McConnell was getting at is that the standing orders provide for me to remain in the meeting and answer questions, but the standing orders also say that, well, the Local Government Act, I should say, says that council can condition a councillor how he participates in the meeting if he has a COI, and I guess, you know, my request was that council, in considering whether I remain in the meeting, also consider conditioning it that I be allowed to make a public statement as well in that process.
So just for clarity, Councillor, it's my understanding that the general conflict of interest provisions don't apply as broadly when it's dealing with a respondent councillor, subject councillor, which has a specific set of provisions around it. Is there any clarification of that from a governance point of view?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. There are, as Councillor McCullough pointed out, there is the opportunity as contained to field particular questions when that comes at that point in time, and merely that to field any queries from elected members in particular to the investigation or the report matter on hand.
Councillor McConnell, does that address the pieces you were...
it does, but if in his request he's asked to make a public statement, does that require a procedural motion? Or can he put it in his conflict, his conflict of interest? It's totally separate.
For the
So,
process
Councillor, just for clarity, it would be a separate matter to consider.
That's right.
And it would be a separate matter to consider with a number of contexts in mind, rather than as part of the declaration of a conflict of interest.
Just, Mr. Mayor, if I could make a comment on that. I've already declared a conflict of interest in relation to those three items, which means I have no way to again request that particular thing. It can only be done at this point in time. It can't be done later on because I have a conflict.
Sorry, Councillor, I don't believe that's correct. As a procedural motion, before the matter is opened, at the point in time before the matter is opened, there is an opportunity, whilst you remain in the chamber, to propose that procedural request, and it will be considered on its merits in the context of the matter at the time.
I'm happy with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That's correct?
100% correct, Mr. Mayor. That's a proper process as per our standing orders at that point in time.
Councillor McConnell, is that?
And so we'll do that after he's completed this?
So that will be dealt with when the matters
Okay,
come up.
thank you.
Okay, so there are a number of steps before we get to that point. Sorry, Councillor Swanborough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I have a statement in relation to items 11.2, 11.3, 11.4, in that I suspect that you may have a conflict in these items in the confidential agenda.
So pause, Councillor. Pause. Councillor McConnell, will you please assume the chair at this time? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you can just include the items as you read out. And I'll just warn you now, you need to provide factual evidence, not allegations. Thank you.
Yes, I suspect that the Mayor may have a conflict in items 11.2, 11.3 and 11.4 in the confidential agenda today. In accordance with section 150 EN, A and B, which says Mayor Christensen may have a conflict between his personal interest and the public interest, and B, Mayor Christensen's participation in a decision may lead to a decision that is contrary to the public interest. The conflicts arise because a reasonable person might think he is biased against me in the issue of deciding whether I breach the code of conduct and any penalty associated with a finding. Bias is a genuine factor in deciding a conflict of interest. The reasons I make this statement, Mr. Mayor, there are 4 reasons. The first one is evidenced over the last 4 years, and that is because of the way you speak to me. The second one is the evidence over the last 2 years in public meetings and confidential briefings that you cut me off when I'm trying to speak. The other one is factual evidence, is that there's been media reporting on these meetings which confirms, you know, the first 2 that I've mentioned. And it's also general knowledge and factual, Mr. Mayor, that I have over 65 OIA complaints against me. And this also is a consideration in my suspicion about bias.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
With that last comment regarding 65 complaints, is the councillor saying I've made raised 65 matters? I'm trying to understand
I'm happy to
the
clarify.
relevance of that is. Please.
Happy to clarify, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, one of the things which has become very apparent in all of Queensland and has resulted in an OIA inquiry is the politicisation of the
Point of
OIA.
order, Chair. That's not a relevant answer. I asked a specific question.
Yes. Agreed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You need to answer the question was, are you inferring that the Mayor made those 65 complaints?
No, definitely not. No, we know that not to be correct. I'm not inferring that at all. I'm just making a general...
Then point of order, Chair, why is that a comment for a conflict of interest for me? If he's confirming that I haven't made them, what's the relevance of that?
He's allowed to apply that to his conflict, and then it's up to us to decide. He's inferred that you haven't made them, but he's inferred that he's provided factual evidence that there's over 65 complaints.
That's correct.
Okay. Has anyone got any questions?
I haven't.
No, you haven't finished?
No, haven't finished yet.
Oh, okay.
In the Queensland Government's Conflict of Interest Quick Reference Guide, which we all have in our books, and I hold up our meeting suite of documents. When it comes to having a declarable conflict of interest, it gives examples, and it says interests where a reasonable person might think you could be biased. So the test is of
can you reread that?
Yes, I can reread that. It's on page 1 of the Managing Conflicts of Interest Quick Reference Guide. And it says, having a declarable conflict of interest. And it says you have one. If there is an interest where a reasonable person might think you could be biased, you have a declarable conflict of interest. And of course the legislation then requires for the council to decide that particular matter. There's also other evidence that this is an important factor. I refer to Council's policy CMO 3.28 CP. It refers to natural justice or procedural fairness. And it says the final step in any investigation is consideration of evidence before a decision is made. Natural justice refers to three key principles. A person being investigated has a chance to have his or her say before adverse formal findings are made and before any adverse action is taken. Thus my request earlier that shall be considered later. The investigator should be objective and impartial, and it says in the Council's investigation policy there should be an absence of bias. Any action taken is based on evidence. Also, the Local Government Act, talks about this process of natural justice in section 152C. It says our investigation policy must be consistent with the principles of natural justice. Even the Human Rights Commission in Australia says that the notion of natural justice in Australia is that everyone is entitled to a decision by a disinterested and unbiased adjudicator, and that the party shall be given notice of the case against them and a right to respond. I am told by an opinion of the Division of Local Government that I don't have this right, and if I stay in a meeting on the agenda items, I can only answer questions.
Point of order, Chair. How does that relate to discussing my alleged conflict? Councillor,
It relates to the question of bias and natural justice, Mr. Mayor. It says that that the party shall be given notice of the case against them and a right to respond. I've requested a right to respond today.
So again, point of order, Chair, please.
Yes, go ahead.
That has nothing to do. That last piece is irrelevant
to your bias.
I'm
I agree.
I'm struggling to see how that has
All right,
relevance.
Yes.
I'll bring that up
That's
later.
later.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is true that mere differences in debate and contest of ideas and disagreement does not constitute bias. But the Mayor, I believe, has constantly crossed the line, and his bias is apparent because of the four issues that I've raised earlier. My conclusion, Mr. Mayor, is that I believe a reasonable man, and therefore the community, would believe that you have a bias against me. It is in the interest of natural justice and in the community and public interest that you not be allowed to attend to vote in items 11.2, 11.3 and 11.4. And the test of this is what a reasonable man would agree. And this test is exercised by consideration of the elected representatives around this table as to whether they agree or not.
Okay. We'll go around the table, and if you have any questions, we'll start off with Councillor West.
No, I don't have any questions at this stage, but I have a comment, but maybe I'll wait till later.
No, you can make your comment now because it may influence someone else's question.
Okay. Look, just in looking at the information that we received from the Acting Deputy Director General from the department, there is a section there that says it is essential to clarify that a perception of bias does not necessarily amount to a conflict of interest that would remove a councillor from discussing or deciding a matter.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Enright?
Not just yet, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Chalk?
Yeah, no questions, thanks.
Councillor McInnes?
No, I'm not.
Coming back to Councillor Enright? I'll ask some questions before you, just to let you think. So, just a couple of questions, Councillor Swanborough. So it's your belief that if two people don't like each other or speak sternly or speak sternly towards each other, that they could both hold a bias?
My statement said the exact opposite to that, Mr. Acting Chair. My statement gave 4 reasons, which were the evidence that concluded that bias existed against me. Would you like me to repeat those?
So the first one was the way he spoke to you in meetings?
Yes, and that is a consideration because it goes to the very motive of why that occurs, and that can be a matter of degree, and that's why I think the process of voting as a reasonable person is a good process, and that basically means that it's not for me to sit in judgment about the degree of that. That's for the people who have experienced it around this table to make that determination whether they think that it's relevant or significant or it passes the hurdle of just being what you said, just disagreement or speaking badly to each other or whatever.
Thank you. Councillor Enright? No questions? Okay, so decision needs to be made.
Point of order, Chair, don't I get a chance to respond at any time?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
So I believe that was the appropriate step, that's all. There are 4 pieces that I can, and I may need an adjournment to try and decode a whole heap of comments in there, but in summary, the notion of evidence, I haven't heard any specific substantiation. If the matter is about, I believe, the evidence of speaking to him, there has been, I can't recollect an allegation of inappropriate meeting conduct. I can confirm that I have had matters referred to the OIA about how I've chaired the meeting, and I have been, those matters have not been substantiated at any time. When I am chairing, I believe that goes to the evidence of how I speak. I do speak, particularly in the context of the chamber. It is the role of the chair to try and maintain good order, and there are times where maintaining good order is challenging with individuals who are over-passionate about their position and less attentive to procedure. That's an assessment that any of us from the chair has to make from time to time when we're in that role. That does lead to having to make forceful comments from time to time. However, those comments have always been within the proper boundaries of respecting the chamber and respecting the process of the conversation. Equally, meeting conduct, I believe the issue of alleged interruptions. There have been occasions where it's been interpreted as too much, and I have apologised for those. However, the majority of the time I am responding with points of order or seeking to allow others to finalise a statement. Again, there have been no substantiated evidences of bias in the conduct of meetings. As for media commentary, it is easy. I don't believe that passes the test of reasonable evidence. I think the notion, I think it is well recognised that there are some journalists who prefer sensationalism rather than the conveying of truth. That's the nature of some in the media today. I think their role is about selling papers rather than conveying fact. And I can't respond. It's not reasonable for any of us to think that the media perception is a reasonable basis for considering how we respond in the chamber. And I couldn't quite, can I just understand what item 4 is? I couldn't get any substance to what the allegation of evidence 4 was. It's hard to respond to something that's a vague general statement without any materiality or evidence put on the table. It's unreasonable, in my mind, to try to suggest I consider a conflict of interest because of a vague interpretation that the councillor has arrived at, that I haven't had a chance to see the physical or specific matters to. I believe that also denies me natural justice in this consideration. And, you know, I believe the evidence shows that I endeavour to execute the role of Mayor, but also the role of Chair, in accordance with the standing orders, in accordance with the oath of office, in accordance with the statutory requirements to uphold the dignity of the chamber and the dignity of council. I've not made any public statements as well. I haven't made any public statements that are negative towards Councillor Swanborough, albeit I see a whole range of commentary from time to time that alleges that, but I have never made those statements.
Just point of order.
Yeah.
There is a requirement here to talk about the evidence, not about hearsay, and I've been held to that. To make a statement that there has never been something which we cannot prove and we don't know is correct, I don't believe that's reasonable to accept that statement.
Okay.
So Councillor
Keep going,
McConnell,
Mr. Mayor.
that statement is in the context of I'm responding to a whole heap of things that are stated and inferred in media outlets that are definitely hearsay and don't pass the test, and somehow or other it's acceptable for those to be considered by the chamber, but not for me to make a factual observation that I wasn't making a hearsay comment. I was making a factual statement that I have not entered into any of that commentary because it is not consistent with our obligation to the Code of Conduct. I stay silent in the face of that deliberately to try and uphold the objectivity and the integrity of the chamber. And that will continue to be my position because the chamber is most important. I do not believe there is a basis of evidence of bias based on those 4 matters that suggest I have a conflict with the matters before us today. With regard to these items, I've had no involvement. I will flag to the meeting. I did refer item 11.4. I'm happy to identify that, but it was a referral. And clearly, as the reference materials available to councillors identify, I played no further part, i.e. the Office of the Independent Assessor fulfilled their role to determine what should happen with that matter, and the investigators have dealt with that on behalf of council, and I have not played any part in that investigation or influenced it in any way. So it is difficult to see where a genuine conflict of interest arises.
Thank you.
Just a question in relation to that.
No. So from here, a decision needs to be made by the chamber. Has anyone got any further questions or additional questions they'd like to ask either that Mr. Christensen or Councillor Swanborough?
Comments as well.
Yeah, you can make a comment.
Yeah. Acting Chair, it's my belief that the Mayor does have a conflict here, and if the roles were reversed, I believe I would be saying the same thing about Councillor Swanborough in this. As I say, if the roles were reversed, I think there is very hard not to have a bias given how they behave towards one another.
Thank you. Councillor Chalk? No. Councillor Enright? No comments?
I'll wait till the motion is put.
Okay. Councillor West?
No, only just to clarify the advice that we have been given that I mentioned before, that a perception of bias doesn't necessarily amount to a conflict of interest.
So we need a motion at the moment. Just let me go back to... I'd like to propose a motion then from the chair that Councillor Christensen does have a conflict of interest, can remain in the meeting, but may not vote.
Point of order.
Yeah, go.
Acting Chair, just as a piece of guidance, you have to do a two-step process. First is the determination of the conflict,
Yeah.
then the
Okay.
determination of how to manage it.
Okay, so we'll now vote if the Mayor does have a conflict of interest.
Just a point of
So,
clarification.
Yeah,
Probably going to
I think we need to break these
I can't.
I think we need to break these into individual agenda items.
That would be, sorry,
that would be in the, yeah, that would be in our deliberate, in the next part. So we would then make, this is a motion for 11.2, 3 and 4, and we would make that, when we come up with the results, would be that in 11.2, he would not vote, answer questions, not vote, but 11.4. Is that right?
Through you, Chair,
Yeah.
just to clarify, based on the suspicion provided by Councillor Swanborough, it's on all three.
Yeah.
So the first part of this would be on the basis that
We'll do them separately?
you're right to consolidate on all three, but then
Yeah.
you can then
Break it
provide
off
the
at
necessary
end.
conditions.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Mr. Acting
we'll do it
Chair,
at the end.
could you clarify who the non-conflicted councillors are for this vote?
Non-conflicted councillors are myself, Councillor West, Councillor Enright, Councillor Chalk and Councillor McGuinness. Those who cannot are Councillor Swanborough and Councillor Christensen. So we'll now decide if there is a conflict. Yeah.
Can you please reiterate, you didn't actually finalise your motion
The motion is that Mayor Christensen does have a conflict of interest in items 11.2, 11.3 and 11.4. I'm not sure we can, hang on, I need advice. I don't think we can include 11.4
Sorry,
because he's only a referee.
sorry, Councillor McConnell, I know it's unfortunate. I realise what the fourth item was. I couldn't understand the wording. I now wish to come back and respond to item 4 of the evidence, if I may, before you proceed with your motion.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'll allow that.
Item 4 dealt with this comment about 65 complaints, which was a general contribution. It didn't name me. I don't understand why that's a relevant piece of evidence. That's why I asked the specific question. And there was nothing in the councillor's statement that associated me with those matters. So,
But yeah, that's right.
So I
Just
need
hold
the
you up there.
chance.
That's up to us to decide.
No, it's actually not, councillor. It's a matter of fact.
Yeah.
That it was put there as a matter of evidence, therefore it's assumed as a matter of fact. 65 complaints, which I can't dispute what that really is or not. However, I can assure the chamber that that's an unrealistic perception about my involvement. I have, in fact, not made any complaints against Councillor Swanborough. That is a fact.
Okay.
Righto. So this is a deceitful interpretation. I will confirm to the chamber that in accordance with my legislative responsibility, I have made referrals for the Office of the Independent Assessor to conduct their independent assessment. That's my accountability, as it is everyone else, but I have not made complaints as defined.
No,
by
he
the council.
didn't accuse you of making the complaints. He just said he had 65 complaints.
And I'm just clarifying,
Yeah.
I have
Okay.
not made any complaints, so that's an irrelevant comment in considering my perceived conflict.
Okay, thank you. Just with the motion, so I just want that the Mayor has a conflict of interest in 11.2, 11.3, but not 11.4. Can that be?
It's the chair proposing.
Yeah.
The only bit, clarity on one of the part is if we could have consideration for inclusion of a declarable conflict of interest.
Declarable, sorry. Yes, that the Mayor has a declarable conflict of interest in 11.2, 11.3, but not 11.4.
Through the chair, I'd suggest if you want to handle 11.4 separately, then you place a separate motion.
Okay,
So,
that's what I thought. Okay, so we'll just move. The resolution is that that Councillor Christian or Mayor Christensen has a declarable conflict of interest in items 11.2 and 11.3. We're just waiting for the screen to catch up. We'll take that last bit out.
Information has to identify on what basis.
Show of hands. No? You're going to speak? Oh, seconder, sorry. Seconder for that motion. Councillor McGuinness. Those speaking for the motion. I'll start off saying I propose that I believe that a reasonable person would perceive that the Mayor does have a conflict of interest in dealing with conduct matters relating to Councillor Swanborough. And as I've said in the past, I believe it goes both ways. As much as I'd like to believe that it'd be unbiased, I do believe that the Mayor does have a bias in relation to this conduct, and I'll be voting for it. Someone speak against? Councillor Enright,
Acting
you may
Chair.
have to take your mask off because I don't know if we can hear it.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I will speak against this motion because it really defies the proper process that we have to deal with in conflict of interest. The conflict of interest is really about the conflict between public interests and private interests where the outcome is not in the public interests. It is a very long bow that Councillor Swanborough strikes, that there is bias of the Mayor and of the points that he raises. It provides no evidence that suggests such, other than that the Mayor has to maintain the order of a meeting and has done that under fairly difficult circumstances to conduct as the chair of the meeting. I find it absolutely disappointing that it would come again to this stage where the integrity of the mayor is questioned when there is a process to go through that we must be dealing with. And it's just not appropriate that this should be allowed when we are trying to determine inappropriate conduct matters that have been in and out of this chamber too many times. So I cannot support this motion.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion.
Yes, Acting Chair, I support this resolution. Over many years, on no matter what board or whatever I've been in, if there's any doubt at all, I think I've taken the view that you don't be part of a discussion or a vote on. If you have any view or any biased view on anything at all, I've taken the view that I put it on the table for others to get to decide, or else I just take a walk from the room to let others do that. And it's the same with our laws that we operate under local government there, and it's sometimes we think they're too harsh, but I think in the interest of community expectations that we actually do have to be beyond reproach and make sure that there isn't any available criticism from the public on us being part of a decision made.
Thank you. Someone for against?
Thank you, Acting Chair. Sorry. Look, we have been down this road where these matters were on the agenda before. We have sought advice from the Department of Local Government, and I reiterate again, there is further in the correspondence that we have been given that a perception of bias due to a history of divergent opinion expressed both publicly or privately doesn't necessarily amount to a conflict of interest. And that's the advice that I'm going to adhere to.
Thank you. Someone for?
Yeah, look, I will support the motion. I mean, just reading here, how to decide if participation is in the public interest, and will the council's involvement negatively affect the community's trust in the decision? And I believe this definitely will. We've witnessed firsthand a bit of argy-bargy over the years. And as has been said before, if the roles were reversed, I would definitely be making the same decision, because I would think that there would be a perception of bias there. The test is always, would a reasonably minded person in the public could lose trust in this decision if Mayor stays in the room and makes participates in the decision, and I believe that it is correct.
Point of order, Chair.
Mr. Mayor.
I believe Councillor George's talking to the determination of the next part.
Yeah.
And that's perhaps
Yeah.
not
the next
correct consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just keep it to the vote that we're on at the moment, that he does have a conflict, not what's going to happen in the next part.
How did I do
the
that?
Determination about staying in the meeting. You spoke about him staying in the meeting, so that's in the next part. We're only talking about whether he has a conflict or not.
Semantics.
Yeah.
Right, thanks. Yeah, so that's the ultimate test, and I believe that this fails it, so I will be supporting it.
I won't have any comments to close. We'll just go straight to the vote. All those for the motion? Those against? A division is called by Councillor West. So those voting for, Division 2, 5 and 6. Those against, Division 3 and 4. The motion is carried. Now I have to decide on 11.4. And from the chair, I'll move a motion that Councillor Christensen does not have a declarable conflict of interest in item 11.4. Just waiting for the... Is there any discussion? None? Can I have a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor West.
Just a question.
Just waiting. Yeah, sorry, go.
A question, if I may.
Yeah, question.
Are you proposing that motion on the advice from the acting director, deputy director, that states that if a councillor refers a complaint to the Office of Independent Assessor under statutory obligations, this of itself does not necessarily create a conflict of interest for the councillor in relation to the matter of inappropriate conduct? Is that what you base?
Just say that again.
So in the correspondence we've all received,
Yeah.
page 1, last paragraph, if a councillor refers a complaint to the Office of the Independent Assessor under a statutory obligation, this of itself does not necessarily create a conflict of interest for the councillor in relation to deciding the matter of inappropriate conduct. In such case, the councillor is not a complainant and will generally have no personal interest in the complaint submitted to the OIA.
No, that's not what I'm basing it on. I've probably erred there in relation to thinking of the end result. Hang on a sec, I just need a...
So can I ask you, Miss Acting Chair, have you proposed this motion in considering the outcome of the investigation rather than the
Correct.
facts of
That's what I said.
the process?
I think I've just erred. I think this should have been included in the first one. Because they're all conflicts against, they're all conducts against Councillor Swanborough. So I do believe you are correct in that I erred in my decision making there.
So would
and
that
thought
suggest,
about the end result rather than of that one issue. So I would make an amendment to my motion.
Councillor
Yeah,
McCollum,
go.
can I just ask, would that suggest a bias
No,
toward the Councillor Christensen?
no. Just an error in
Why?
thinking because I looked at the
Why
end
is that?
result.
Rather than the process?
Yeah.
But
The process
your
should have been,
decision
which is what I had at the
is-
start, which was 11, 2, 3 and 4, and then changed.
but it seems as though it's
Through the chair, I think Councillor Enright has just proposed a conflict of interest, so I suggest we follow that pathway.
Have you proposed a conflict of interest against myself there, Councillor Enright?
yes, I believe there is a conflict in with your view, and you have outlined in this motion that there is a bias. So yes, I do suggest that you do have a conflict of interest and a bias.
Well, in that case, I'm going to have to hand over to Councillor McGuinness to now take the chair.
Just, can I ask a
Yeah.
point of order from whoever's now in the chair? With that now an open consideration, and I believe procedurally that actually makes the previous matter null and void. I need to seek guidance because we just asked for governance advice to the new chair.
But it would only, and just to keep in here, it would only if I was found to have a bias. It would then reflect on the last one. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going. Do it. Do it. Move motion.
Oh, hold on. Yeah.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be. Yeah. An accusation of you having a bias, so yeah, you should stay.
Yeah.
Yep. Right.
Through the chair, I think an adjournment might be the way to go at this point to seek governance advice.
I think you're right, acting CEO. I call for an adjournment at 7 minutes past 11, and I think 11:30 is probably to be on the safe side to return. Welcome back, councillors, and to the online gallery. Just before we proceed with the deliberations on whether Councillor McConnell has a conflict or not, before we broke, Councillor McConnell suggested that I take over chair. I would like to put that to the remaining non-conflicted members if they are at ease with that, and happy to me to carry on as chair.
Do I need to move a motion, or
Motion.
I'll move the motion that
Yeah.
Councillor McGuinness take over the chair.
Moved by Councillor Chalk. Any questions, or if not, is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor West, would you like to speak to that motion, Councillor Chalk?
No, thanks.
Would any of the remaining councillors like to speak towards that resolution? If not, I'll accept the chair. Now, sorry, Councillor Enright. Yes, all in favour? I'd like to hand over to Councillor Enright. He is to explain his reasons for the belief of conflict of interest of Councillor McConnell.
Thank you, Councillor McGuinness. I did find that there was inconsistency in Councillor McConnell's process, which is why I raised the question about the reason for him proposing that motion. And in that questioning, Councillor McConnell admitted that he considered the outcome of the investigation and not the process, the correct process to follow, as is outlined in that correspondence from the acting Deputy Director General. For me, that demonstrated some inconsistencies in the way that Councillor McConnell voted on the previous matter and in regarding to 11.4. And to me, that was a suspicion of a potential conflict of interest, showing a bias to the Councillor Christensen, to the Mayor, in this process.
Thanks, Councillor Enright. Councillor McConnell, would you like to answer those questions or statements?
Yeah, thank you. If we go back to the start, my initial motion was to deal with 11.2, 11.3 and 11.4 all in one. And then it was brought up that the Mayor had only referred 11.4, and that's why we separated it, when in fact we should have kept 11.2, 11.3 and 11.4 because we're dealing with the fact of the Mayor's perceived conflict of interest through bias on all of those matters. So that's the only error I made, is an error in procedural, not in how I believe things will go. So I don't understand where the bias has come from. We should have kept it all in one and dealt with it that way. And that's why I admitted an error in judgment in keeping them all together. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McConnell. Are there any other questions to Councillor McConnell or comments?
May I comment, Councillor McGuinness? In all due respect, Councillor McConnell, I don't believe that the scenarios between 11.2 and 3 and 11.4 are very different in the fact that the Mayor was the referring person who put this, raised this 11.4 to the OIA. So the scenario is very different. So I don't believe that it should have been blanketed under one motion. It justified being dealt with separately because of the situation was different. I note your explanation, but to me it highlighted an inconsistency that I considered raised a suspicion of conflict of interest, which is why I raised the concern. And I'm happy that we deal with this, and I will move a motion. And I move that.
Do I get a...
Yeah, if you'd like to comment, Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, and all three are the same. They all deal with Councillor Swanborough's conduct. So they are all the same. And my was in believing the referring of 11.3 by the Mayor was different. So we're all dealing with the conduct of Councillor Swanborough and the Mayor's bias. So they are all the same, and I should have kept them in together. So, thank you.
Well, any other questions for Councillor McConnell first before moving the resolution? If not, Councillor Enright, you.
Thank you, Councillor McGuinness. I move that Councillor McConnell has a suspected declarable conflict of interest in determining Councillor Christensen's ability to participate in Councillor Swanborough's conflict of interest in 11.4. Item 11.4.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that resolution? If Councillor West, yep.
I'll second it for discussion purposes.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Anything you'd like to add, Councillor Enright?
Not at this stage, thanks. Councillor McGuinness.
Would anyone like to speak against the resolution? If not, I would. I don't believe. I believe Councillor McConnell has openly declared that he maybe got it wrong, not putting words in his mouth, that it should have been kept in there, and I don't believe that's a reason for bias or that he does have a conflict in this particular case. Any other comments? For or against? Yeah. Yep. Or comments in general?
Comments in general.
Yep.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Look, I guess I refer again to the information that I have in front of me from the department, which is essentially to clarify that a perception of bias is not necessarily amount to a conflict of interest.
Thanks, Councillor West. Anyone else like to speak? If not, Councillor Enright, would you like to close the debate?
Thank you, Councillor McGuinness. I would like to close in a definition of bias, and bias is a disproportionate weight in favour of or against an idea or thing, usually in a way that is closed-minded, prejudicial and unfair. So I think what we have seen here is that there has been some bias in decision making, and I think that was demonstrated in what commenced as an error but outlined that some of that bias does exist through Councillor McConnell.
Thanks, Councillor Enright. I'll put the vote. Those in favour of the resolution? Councillor Enright. Those against? The motion is defeated. A division is required for those 4 of us that were allowed to vote on that resolution. With that, I'll hand back to Councillor McConnell.
Thank you. Hopefully we can get back to where we were. Okay. If we can just scroll up a bit so we can have a look where we were. Okay, yep. And if the seconder is agreeable, I'd like to amend the motion to read that Councillor Christensen does have a declarable conflict of interest in item 11.4.
Point of order, Acting Chair.
Yeah, it's opposite. Yeah.
And I know the resolution wasn't seconded. You're changing it, but I think it's in direct contradiction of the motion.
We'll leave it as is then.
Yeah,
leave it as is and we'll vote on it as is. Yeah. Okay, so it's been seconded. Any discussion? Any questions on the motion? No questions? Questions, comment? Yeah.
I believe the motion is supported by evidence that is provided by the department, as we've all been provided.
Anyone else? No questions? I will move. I've put myself in a precarious spot here because I have to be careful what I say. That council does not have. I'm not going to speak. Anyone debating against the motion?
Yes, Acting Chair, I speak against the motion. I believe it's very little different to items 11.2 and 11.3, and I think there is a declarable conflict of interest with 11.4.
Anyone for the motion?
Yes, I'll speak for it because it's supported by evidence and fact. That if a councillor refers a complaint to the Office of Independent Assessor under statutory obligations, this in itself does not necessarily create a conflict of interest for the councillor in relation to deciding the matter of inappropriate conduct. In such case, the councillor is not the complainant and will generally have no personal interest in the complaint submitted to the OIA. So I support this motion.
Anyone against the motion? Anyone seeking to speak on the motion?
Thank you, Acting Chair. Really just to reiterate the information that we have in front of us, which is that this was a referral matter and therefore it's not necessary, creates a conflict of interest.
I'm just going to take 1 minute's leave to speak with our governance. Just hang on 2 seconds. Okay, apologies, just needed some guidance there. So we'll now put to the vote all those in favour of the motion. All those against. The motion is voted down. Division is those voted for, Division 3 and 4. Those against, Division 2, 5 and 6. So just to confirm, we still need to have a positive motion. So just some advice.
Yeah, through Chair, there still needs to be a decision about
Correct.
11.4 based on the...
Okay. Does anyone like to move a motion
Yes,
about 11.4?
I'll move a motion, Acting Chair, that Councillor Christensen does have a conflict of interest in 11.4.
Thank you. I can't understand you.
Haven't we just decided?
No, because
No.
it needs to be in the positive, not a negative. That's what we just received
was
advice. Yeah. Okay. Any questions regarding the motion? Seconder for the motion. Seconded by Councillor Chalk. Any discussion? Would you like to speak on your motion, Councillor McGuinness?
No,
Yeah.
given the debate on the previous motion, I haven't anything to add.
Thank you.
Acting Chair.
Anyone speak against the motion? No? We'll take a vote. All those in favour? All those against? Division is those for is Divisions 2, 5 and 6. Those against, Division 3 and 4. The motion is carried. Yeah, now hand back. I'm just waiting for Sharon to catch up. Sorry. Now hand back to the Mayor. Yeah,
Point of order, councillor, you're not correct.
no, because we still have to deal with the consequence. Don't we?
You have to deal with the determination of how
they went in
to
the
act
same
in
motion.
response to it.
Okay, we now need to decide on the determination on how to conditions on the motions. So, would anyone like to move a motion? I'll move a motion from the. Oh, sorry, Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Acting Chair, I move a motion that Councillor Christensen be allowed to stay in the room and to answer questions if needed at any time,
Voting.
and not be allowed to vote, as we have just reiterated a few moments ago that having a conflict he cannot vote, but he can stay in the room.
Yeah, you need to identify items 11.2, 11.3, 11.4. No, just.
Sorry, microphone wasn't on. That is for items 11.2, 11.3 and 11.4.
Okay, so the motion as reads is that Councillor Christensen be allowed to stay in the room to answer questions for items 11.2, 11.3 and 11.4 if needed at any time, and not be allowed to vote on those items. You happy with that?
I am. I think we've determined those last few words in the previous resolution, though.
Okay.
But just for completeness. Yeah.
Seconder for the motion. Seconded by Councillor Chalk. Any discussion? Councillor McGuinness?
No, I'm right. Thanks, Mayor. Acting Chair.
Anyone to speak against the motion? Do you want to close, Councillor McGuinness?
No. I'm right, thanks.
Okay. Vote on the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Motion's carried. Division. Those four is divisions 2, 3, 5 and 6. Those against, division 4. Now I'm back to the Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further declarations for the meeting today, councillors? I have no announcements. I have no deputations. I move to confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting. And there is a... Sorry, Councillor Swanbury.
Mr Mayor, I don't believe that how my conflict is going to be dealt with has been resolved.
Your conflict is automatically resolved once you declare it. It's automatically dealt with. Councillor, for clarity, you are allowed to remain in the meeting to answer questions via the chair. That is as far, and to remove yourself and not to seek to influence the deliberations beyond answering those questions. That is where the position sits at the moment.
Yeah, no, I just thought it should have been in the resolution, that's all.
Well, it's automatic by virtue of the legislation, Councillor. So we move to confirmation of the minutes. Councillors, we have a recommendation that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the 20th September 2022 be adopted. Seek a mover. Councillor West. Any questions to the minutes, councillors? If not, seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk. Wish to speak further, councillor?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Not put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. I'm not aware of any business arising for the meeting today as a result of those minutes. So I move on to the consideration of the business and the meeting today. And we come first to item 10.1. And Acting CEO, I'll ask you to introduce this and involve Councillor as appropriate.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and it is still good morning. Good morning, councillors, fellow executive officers, and to those listening in the digital gallery. Item 10.1 is a notice of motion by Councillor Swanborough regarding the Scenic Rim Growth Management Strategy 2041, which is currently in draft. The notice of motion Councillor Swanborough has provided to me and has been provided in this agenda as legislatively required, with 5 days' notice provided to all councillors of the notice of motion. Certainly happy to take any questions on the paper, but Mayor, the content is self-evident. I will draw your attention to previous resolutions of council relating specifically to the matter at hand, which is stakeholder engagement strategy relating to the draft growth management strategy 2041.
Thank you, Acting CEO. Councillors, there's a report there which includes a description of Councillor Swanborough's proposed notice of motion. Are there
Do
any,
you want me to read that, Mr Mayor?
look, I'm happy for you to, or to offer Councillor Swanborough to read his notice of motion. And then we'll proceed to seeking clarification from officers around any of the other contents in the documentation.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Certainly happy to pass over to Councillor Swanborough to read his notice of his motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My motion is as per the agenda item that reads in accordance with Council standing orders and Council's customer charter that reads inter alia. We will be open and honest always. We won't hide facts from you or keep you in the dark. We'll always tell you the truth. We will do what we say, and we are going to keep you informed along the way. That, before the final growth management strategy is considered by Council for adoption, and after it is updated with the latest census data and Council responses to the public submissions, that it be put out for public review and comment for a period of 30 days.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, there's a fair body of information there. Are there questions councillors have to have clarity around this item? Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, just if I through the chair, if I can ask Councillor Swanborough what we hope to gain from putting it back out for review.
Thank you for the question. There is a lot to gain here. The growth management strategy in my particular division is of extremely high public and community interest. I noticed from the responses to the draft strategy that the responses in the rest of the Scenic Rim may not have been as strong as they were on Tambourine Mountain. And I think it's in the interest of transparency and of the way we make decisions that once we derive at a result of as a result of public consultation and we update a report with new data and the responses to the public, then it is good practice from a consultation point of view to then seek final comment from the public. There's nothing to be afraid of when this process occurs. This is a process that the community expect to occur with a document that's going to have implications for where they live for the next 20 years. And so if we were to put this out with new information and only allow the period between when it was on an agenda of council, which would be a Wednesday night, to when we considered it in a council meeting on a Tuesday morning, I don't believe this would be sufficient time for people who have concerns about the final report to actually come to us as councillors and say, hey, you've missed this particular point. I didn't know you were going to say this. You know, have you taken consideration to the things we raised in there? If there's not a perception that people have been listened to in a consultation process, then it's self-defeating for the council. There is nothing to be lost in spending this extra 30 days to put it out there, and you can say, look, we've done everything that's possible to allow you to have input into this result. You will get acceptance. That's the lessons learned from consultation. If there's nothing to hide, and you will get acceptance to results that don't suit people as long as they've had the opportunity to have their say. And my resolution is purely for that. I'm not influencing the result in any way. I'm just saying that it's courtesy for the public. It's in accordance with our own customer charter that we give the public that right to have their comments on a final important which has such big implications.
Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, through the chair, if I can, to the GM. Could you please detail the consultation process that we've gone through to get to this stage?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for the question, Councillor. Council adopted, and I think the Acting General Manager was just mentioning in presenting this report, in the previous, on page 4 of the report, in the previous considerations of Council, which have been quite a few, there was a fully resolved endorsement of the Scenic Rim Growth Management Strategy Stakeholder Engagement and Consultation Survey. Actually, a whole strategy and that whole strategy actually outlined the steps that would be taken. There are a number of phases in there. I mean, it's quite a fulsome document. It was attached to the agenda of that meeting. There was an initial community consultation phase which occurred. There was a targeted stakeholder consultation phase, and then there was a public consultation phase. If I could just expand a little further to the points that were just raised regarding the review of the information that has come in from the submissions that officers have been processing and consistently briefing Council on how that consultation has been shaped and how they're considering that input in terms of any changes that might be considered to the growth management strategy that was consulted. That consultation report has not actually come back to the Council for further consideration, and I would consider it premature to undertake further consultation on something that has not yet come back to Council for its consideration in order for the draft strategy to be informed. I think the other important point which I heard mentioned was some other statistics and data that has been added to that report. It was prudent of the officers to hold up finalising the GMS as a result of the 2021 census data, which we became aware would be released in a drip feed fashion this year, but it enabled us to hold it up slightly in order to include some of that statistical information. It's a far better document being based on 2021 data than 2016 data as it was in the draft. I can, though, as has been told to Council in numerous briefings that have occurred, that there is no material change to the fundamentals of the growth management strategy as a result of including that particular 2021 census data. It was merely updated information and helped inform the document further.
Councillor McConnell again.
Thank you. If I can now direct a question through the Chair to the CEO. We've seen recently the state government push with Redland City Council. Where are we in relation to our obligation under the state government to have this growth management strategy finalised? And how would going back out to consultation, how would that affect where we are at the moment and any possible incursion by the state?
Thanks for your question, Councillor McConnell. I will hand over to the General Manager to give you a detailed response. I will say we have been watching with interest the state government's response in Redlands. That there certainly hasn't been any suggestion that the state government is considering the same action for Scenic Rim, but I'm happy to pass over to the General Manager for further comment.
Thank you, Acting CEO. Councillor, the ministerial condition was placed on Council at the point of approving the Planning Scheme 2020, the Scenic Rim Region Planning Scheme. We were given 2 years to complete that, and that 2 years was up in March of this year. And as I mentioned earlier, the assessment of the submissions that came in, the time to evaluate those in a meaningful way and to look at any influences that they may have on the draft growth management strategy took time. And then the waiting for that 2021 census data added some time. So we are at a point now where we're proposing to bring back that consultation report so it has full visibility to the community as to the submissions that were received, what Council has done to assess those, how it's assessed against the content of the growth management strategy, and it will also outline any changes that have occurred or that how it's been dealt with in terms of the growth management strategy. It's our intention to bring that back to council, so there will be full visibility from the community to understand first what's happened with the first round, 2 rounds of consultation that is included, including the survey that was conducted. Until that point, any further consultation at this juncture would, I believe, not be a very good use of both the community and council's time. What that would then enable people to do is to review that document, and then the council will be presented with the final draft of the growth management strategy post that at a future ordinary meeting. The community would then have time in between the presentation at the next ordinary meeting of that consultation report, which councils were advised of in a recent briefing, and then post that at a further date, at ordinary meeting, likely to be the beginning of November, council would be presented with the final draft of the growth management strategy for consideration and adoption. One risk I think council needs to be aware of is that date that I mentioned. We were given 2 years, that passed in March. If we were to undertake a full round of community consultation as has occurred, it would be putting, I believe, council at risk of the timeframe then to assess that full gambit of submissions again, and we're not required to undertake that same level of submissions as you do under the adoption of a planning scheme. This is a growth management strategy, and remembering that there is no material changes to the planning scheme as a result of the adoption of the growth management strategy. Anything affecting that planning scheme would be subject to a full process in the future.
Through the chair, so I think what I will add to that is, I guess looking forward, any delay in progressing the formal provision of the region's growth management strategy may impact then on council's deliberations from a budgetary perspective, which need to be based on the planning scheme. We are now in October and certainly about to enter into, commence preparation of budget. I would just consider that should be a consideration also.
Councillor Chalk. Sorry, Councillor McConnell, I'll go to Councillor Chalk next.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering about the financial cost to council, if any, to do around, as suggested in this motion. Do we have any idea what that would be likely be, as well as what it takes staff to actually implement this?
It's hard to put a dollar figure on it. Going on the last round of consultation, we had some 500 submissions. That took, the strategic planning team some, 2 to 3 months to process and assess and redraft the growth management strategies. So, you're taking a team of basically 3 or 4 people out for, potentially anything up to 3 months.
And if I could just add to that, the point that was asked before, that's the risk in pushing the timeframes out in terms of the ministerial condition, could potentially push it into a 3-year mark instead of the 2-year mark that we were given.
Councillor McInnes, you were waiting there as well.
Yes, Mayor, through you, I'd like to ask Councillor Swanborough, how did he envisage if this comments come back to council and we decide to change that, do we actually start where do we stop this ball rolling, to coin a phrase?
Well, that's a very qualitative process, and where we would stop it is when we've taken the views of the community on board, as we do, as we should do, and as our customer charter says we should do. I mean, this resolution does not hinder the process that's been outlined by the GM, and I think the content of the resolution still stands, and the implications and what it is trying to achieve is that after a process is done and a final report is ready for adoption, then there always is need for the public to get a final glance at how everything that they've said has reflected in the actual report. It's not good enough to say that we're going to have a public consultation report and we're going to take these things on board, but you don't tell the public exactly what you're going to change until it hits the council agenda. I mean, we see that in New South Wales and Victoria, and it's going to happen in Queensland soon, where once council does a budget and they finalise that budget, the state are going to require that budget to go on out for community view for a period of 30 days. That's standard good practice, and that's what I'm saying in relation to this report. That's the good practice that we should be doing because of the implications. This is a budget's only for 12 months. This is 20 years. And this is highly significant, and the gravity of this is probably more than an annual budget. So I think on the scale of things and the importance of this matter, this is why I think it's an important step for the community to do. And as I say, being open to the community and letting them have a full say is actually in the public interest, and it's in council's interest as well, because you need to get the community on board. Consultation is about leading. It's about leading people to understand how you've got to a process and what the final outcome would be. Some people accept it, some people won't. That's good. But if they feel cheated as a result of the process, you will make your life more difficult, and that's exactly what you don't want to do. Public consultation and openness and transparency are always the winners in this sort of process, and that's why my resolution is the way it is.
Sorry, Councillor McGuinness, do you have a further question?
Yes, I do, Mayor. Maybe to the manager. Over the last number of months, we've had a number of developments in, especially some of our smaller towns. Have we taken those developments into account when coming up with a final strategy? It wasn't the picture. The picture we have now is quite different to what we had some number of months ago, and I just wonder whether we are taking that into account. And excuse me, it mightn't be actually speaking to the motion, but I think it's important that we talk about this at the same time.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, so basically in drafting the GMS, we looked at the potential yield for properties within the urban footprint, and so it looked at those properties that had been developed, those that were, had approvals on them, those that were potentially able to develop. So any developments that were in the pipeline have been considered. It doesn't change the end result though, because whether they're in development or potentially able to develop, we look at that 20-year period as to what's available. So, if development happens tomorrow, it's not going to change the GMS because we're looking at what the potential availability of land is in that area.
Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. A question to the General Manager or the Manager as appropriate. The General Manager outlined that there will be a consultation report that will come to Council. And what is the time frame that will be available for the public's visibility?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. The consultation report that is going to close out the matters that were raised by the community in full, so just to clarify the comment made earlier, which will show what we've heard, what considerations the officers have given to that, and how, if and how that has affected the growth management strategy information. So it will be a very clear closeout report, is planned to come to Council to the next ordinary meeting. That means that would be available to the public, as Councillor Swanborough outlined before, would be available in the week prior. It will come with the draft growth management strategy, which will show in track changes how those changes have been implemented. So what's listed in the consultation report will be transposed into that draft growth management strategy, including the census data that I mentioned earlier. And from that perspective, we'll be asking Council for its consideration of that consultation information and that closeout report. And at the following ordinary meeting, in the meeting in November, the final growth management strategy, which will be based on the final draft that you see at the next October meeting, will be presented for Council's consideration. So if you do the math, and I haven't done the math, but if you sort of join the dots, it's probably close to 30 days in between those processes.
And supplementary to that, the submissions that have been provided, 500 odd, some of those being the pro forma, 300 odd of those being the pro forma, is the intention for Council to respond to each of the submitters, and when is the timing of that proposed? If it is that the responses will be provided to those who provided submissions, and when is that likely to happen in conjunction with the consultation report and the final summary to Council?
Thank you, Councillor. That's likely to occur after the next ordinary meeting. So when it goes to Council, if it's the recommendation is agreed to, we would then publish the document through the Let's Talk and let anyone that's made a submission know that it's available to go online and have a look at.
Supplementary to that, will it only be their submission that they will have access to view? If not, are there any privacy requirements regarding other public submissions that we would need to be aware of?
So the document will be released as a whole. There will be a submitter number, but not any names or addresses or the like.
Further questions? Councillor McConnell, did you have a further? Okay, right. Councillor Swammer, you have a question?
Yes, I do have a question. The process outlined is that Council is going to receive a consultation report at the next meeting, and attached to that consultation report is going to be the draft GMS, which is proposed in its final form. Is that correct?
It will be a final draft of the GMS that will be in track changes so the community can see any changes that have occurred as a result of the community consultation and the data that's been provided by the census, and including our stakeholder consultation, because remember there was targeted key stakeholder consultation as well. And it will be in a track change version so the community can see the difference between that final draft and the draft that was released for consultation.
So what is the purpose then of this exercise? Will the public know what the final report is going to look like when it's presented to Council in November?
Yes, they will see it on the 25 October agenda as the final draft of the report, and that report will be, that final draft will be presented to Council for adoption in November. So anyone that looked at, any community member that looked at that would be able to provide feedback to their local councillor, who could liaise with our planning manager if there was any glaring mistakes or something that was obvious in there that you would like to discuss further. The community would be open to having those discussions with councillors. But as I've said before, there's not a lot of material change from the census data inclusion. And, you know, there's been some update of matters of environmental significance and some further investigation to biodiversity. But I believe the community will, you know, be able to easily see those changes in that track change version. Have time to consider that.
So will that be advertised as being a period when the public can make further comment on the council's if we consider it at the next meeting, will there be a public awareness campaign to say that this is the final draft report which council has adopted?
Sorry.
Will
Sorry,
they?
point of order, Councillor, just to clarify.
Well,
That's not what the
No.
GM was proposing.
no, I was saying that.
So you
yeah.
just get the clarity.
Yes. So,
Well, for clarity, the GM has said the consultation report will come forward for endorsement. Attached, not for endorsement, but attached for information, will be the final draft showing how that consultation has translated into the final version. The final version will come forward for endorsement by council
correct.
in November.
That's correct.
That's what has been described. Just to clarify those two steps. So, is that help clarify for you?
Well, it does help. It does help clarify in relation to the process.
I can answer the other question that you asked me if you wish. So the question, as the manager pointed out, once the report comes forward to council, it'll be on the agenda for that period of time we talked about before. After the council endorses the community consultation closeout report, we'll ask you to note the growth management strategy in the final working draft, and we will then issue it through Let's Talk Scenic Rim, so everybody who's subscribed to that will get an alert, and also there will be media presented as well, so that the community's attention is drawn to the fact that the final working draft has been published on Let's Talk Scenic Rim, so people are able to see that, and the closeout consultation report, which will also be published on Let's Talk Scenic Rim, so that they can review that in the lead up to us presenting it for council to adopt in the November meeting.
Well, thank you. Well, essentially, what you're saying is that that's going to achieve the notice of motion that I've put forward already, that there will be a 30-day period between. Well, maybe not 30 days. It'll be a fortnight.
20,
is it?
21, I think. 21 days.
21.
You actually.
It'll be 21 days where the public will have a chance to comment on the final report. I mean, that's what I've been trying to achieve in my motion. But now I've got to ask the general manager. Does she still feel concerned about the implications on the budget in that this is going to take that extra period of time and eat into the timeframes for the government?
I just need to be clear, Councillor, we'll be putting that out to inform the community of that final draft. We will not be undertaking a formal submissions process on the final GMS. I would imagine any community members had any concern, they could discuss that with their division councillor, or they could make a phone call to the planning area. And in that sense, the same budgetary implications that the manager outlined before, we would not be assessing formal submissions for the final working draft.
Well, thank you for that clarification, because it's significant. It's significant because we all know that informing is a consultation process, on the consultation spectrum, surely, but it's not what I was after in this particular motion. Simply informing the public and giving them access to what you're informing them about is not the same as saying to them, we will listen to you again in relation to this matter. What you're saying to them, we have made up our mind, and this is how it's going to be, and I'm asking for consultation so that we will be responsive to what they say in future, and there is a possibility that the draft that's been adopted, can be changed, and I'm not confident that just from what you've told me that just informing them meets the standard that is expected in my resolution.
I respect that you're passionate, but I've given you a lot of latitude, but you're now getting into argument about your resolution rather than clarification. Can I ask you just please respect proper process?
If I could, Mayor, clarify what I was saying, to paraphrase what I was saying, which is slightly different to, I think, what you heard. you're right. We will be closing it out by informing the community of the difference between the draft that they saw during the consultation, everything that council heard through the submissions, how council has considered all of that information, any changes to the draft that the community saw, how that has influenced the final working draft of the GMS, and it will highlight all of the updated census data. So, and we've said to you on many occasions in recent briefings, it is not significant or materially changing the consultation draft that the community saw.
Okay. Anything further? No. Councillor Enright, you have further questions?
Thank you, Mayor. A question to the General Manager. What is proposed is that the consultation report will come for adoption on the 25th of October, at the 2 weeks today. Is there a problem if the final draft for endorsement by council was not held until the second meeting in November, so through to the 22nd of November, which would give that 30-something days? I'm just thinking if there's a compromise to the process to allow sufficient exploration of the comments and the feedback, and how that fits in with that.
Councillor, I think I'm going to have to draw a bit of a line. I think noting the desire to have the matter out, I think there's a difference between that and what Councillor Swanborough is asking for. Having it out for that informing process is what is intended over that period of time. You're talking about whether that's beginning of November or extending that for 2 weeks. In terms of the notice of motion before us, I don't think it addresses the intent that I hear from Councillor Swanborough, which is he wants this to be another round where there are submissions that then have to go through a response process, which is a different, a fundamentally different process.
That, and I'm just trying to find some ground. I note that the General Manager did talk about that if residents did have concerns that could be raised in that time frame. So I'm just suggesting, is this an alternative way to meet those?
Again, Councillor, I think useful conversation for officers to consider, not... it's helpful information, and I've heard officers are nodding their heads and saying they can consider the materiality of that and the opportunity of that, but I think it steps away from considering the matter that's before us today. Okay, I get what you're trying to do. I'm just saying we're going wider and wider. We're actually dealing with a very specific piece here. Councillor McGuinness.
I think Councillor Swanborough is first, but
Sorry, you were... Sorry, Councillor Swanborough.
Mr Mayor, look, I think Councillor Enright is on the right track, and I think that it was quite pertinent and did address the concerns of the community and my concerns in relation to this. And my concern is only to give the community a voice. And whilst we started off by saying there'll be a period of time when the community can comment, whatever, we're advised that we're only informing them, which is alarming to me. Because what it's saying is that, yeah, we're going to have this period of between now and when it gets presented to a meeting, but let's be clear, we've made up our mind and this is the way it's going to be. And there's no satisfaction to me that we're going to listen to any further submissions or concerns that are put in. I would be happy if we did extend the period.
Councillor, I'm just going to ask you to pause. We're trying to get clarity. We're not debating your motion at the moment. Yeah, you'll get a moment to speak, but you're wrong place in the process at the moment. Okay, respect the process, please. I'm sorry if that appears inappropriate, but I'm trying hard to maintain order. Councillor McGuinness.
and I might get the same sermon back, but I'd just like to, for clarification, and I believe it's pertinent in relation to the motion, if, as councillors, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that we actually do have the opportunity to change from the 25th to the meeting of the 8th, and if we are overwhelmed with comments from our constituents, we can change that on the 8th of November, just for clarification.
Could I clarify a couple of points, Mayor, with your forbearance?
Yes, please.
I'd like first just to ask the manager to clarify the submissions process required for a growth management strategy so that we're not confusing a submissions process with the planning scheme, and then we'll socialise that other question about the dates.
Thank you.
So with the growth management strategy, there is no requirement for public consultation, but obviously with something as important as this, when we looked at this back in June 2020 and council voted on it, we had the public consultation process built in from day one, and our first act was to go out and do public consultation in the broad sense of where people wanted to see the region grow. Then the growth management strategy was developed and draft went out for public consultation. Following on from when the growth management strategy is adopted, it will then involve potentially changes to the planning scheme, which has a formal process for submissions and consultation built into it. So depending on whether it's a minor or major change or the like, there's another opportunity for the community to be involved in what will be the final changes to the planning scheme, which is where this is heading. The other point I just want to note is with the motion, I'm not clear as to whether we're looking at another formal process by which we go out to consultation again and people can make submissions, which in the assessment of that takes several months, or whether we're just looking at an opportunity for the community to come back to their local councillors to talk. And that's probably, the implications are different on both.
And see if I could then follow up with the point that was raised by several people around the date. I've conferred with the manager. I guess we would be open to presenting it to the second meeting of November, but just to understand, we are really down to the wire, and that would be the second last meeting of this year before we would be at a tipping point, I believe, of not adopting this within a timely manner as has been required as a condition of the approval of the planning scheme. So certainly, as Mayor said, we're open to considering that, but just to understand that we're talking about providing those additional days or week or more for the community to absorb the consultation report, how it has been heard, how it has influenced the growth management strategy, and that it isn't a formal submissions process.
Can I just also, I believe it's important just from a procedural point of view to clarify once again for the chamber, Councillor McGuinness is correct. When this is then eventually submitted to the chamber, it is a determination of council whether to proceed, knowing the risks with not proceeding and knowing the costs if there's a determination to go out to a different process. I just remind that officers are fulfilling and have fulfilled, in my understanding, and I'll ask for this to be confirmed, what we resolved by resolution on multiple occasions since 2020. Officers have fulfilled that in keeping with our customer charter of being open and honest and transparent and giving people a voice. Those processes have occurred. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor. The adoption of those previous resolutions is also well supported by many other direct briefings that the council has had throughout the process since 2020 for the development of the growth management strategy. Thank you.
I'm not sure there's a lot to gain. Councillor Swamborough, I think we're at a point where we should formally let you move your notice of motion. whilst the recommendation is there from the CEO, I'm going to perhaps allow you to move your notice of motion rather than the CEO's recommendation. Put your speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that motion, but I'll foreshadow that if the motion is seconded, I will propose an amendment to the motion in accordance with the discussions that have been had around the table.
You can amend it now, Councillor.
So it's your notice of motion, Councillor. What is the motion you wish to pose to Council?
Mr. Mayor, I will move. Can you move it down a bit?
No, well, I think that's it there at the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Before the final growth management strategy.
I'll change the motion to simply read that in the interim period, if you want to type this out, so delete that whole last paragraph. From where that starts. That during the interim period, that during the interim period between consideration of the consultation report and the draft growth management strategy. That the public be informed that this is an opportunity actually after the word strategy I should say and the final adoption, the final consideration of the report at the 22nd of November meeting. I think that's the date. 22nd of November meeting. Ordinary meeting. That the public be informed that this is an opportunity to provide feedback to their councillors or staff in relation to the draft.
Just point of clarification, Councillor. There's confusion in your language. I think the consultation report is to be endorsed at the meeting, and the final consideration, I believe you mean the final consideration of the growth management strategy at the 22nd of November.
Yeah, well, let's put the date in. Well, during the interim period between consideration of the consultation report on whatever the next date of the next meeting is.
Wasn't my point.
25th of October, and the final consideration report on the 22nd of November, that the public be informed that this is an opportunity to provide feedback to their councillors or
Sorry,
staff
Councillor,
in relation to the draft.
you missed the point I was making. Perhaps I'll try to say it again. The draft, the consultation report. The only report mentioned in there is the consultation report.
Okay. Well,
can I finish, Councillor, so you're clear?
No.
Then when you come through to the second part, you talk about, and it has the draft growth management strategy as an attachment. The final consideration is not of the report. The final consideration of the report is actually of the growth management strategy. Yeah. So you've got the word wrong, I believe, Councillor.
Well, I can easily correct it, Mr. Mayor.
Well, that's what I was trying to achieve.
Let's just say that when I say the consultation report and growth management strategy on the first line.
Yeah, now come further.
And draft, GMS, whatever.
You've got to take it out of the middle there now. It's actually consider, but it's not the draft. It's consideration of the growth management strategy
Or the proposed, whatever. Yeah.
Well, you've got final consideration in the wording. So I'm just trying to. I think that's what we were doing. That's all we were doing anyway.
I'm just correcting the title of the document, Mayor.
But let's not leave it till 2040. You're going to have to say...
That's the title of the document.
Oh, is it right? Okay.
Yeah, so it should be that title.
Thought that was a big period of time.
That's the consultation period.
Hey? Yeah.
If I may, Mayor, could I just query one other point?
Yes.
If I may, Councillor
Councillors-
Swanborough,
Yes.
if I could just query one other point there, that the public be informed that this is an opportunity to review
Yeah.
the strategy,
Yeah. Review and comment on, or something like that.
just as long as the public do not misconstrue the wording that you have there as making formal submissions. I just want to say that, so it's on record.
Look, we've always said it's just an opportunity for them to have a voice
Well, then to review, perhaps.
and comment.
And I would be comfortable with the removal of the word "and staff."
Be happy to take that out, councillor.
I don't think the first line reads properly. During the interim period between consideration and the draft management strategy on, it's not in that. It's misleading. That's not what the.
It's joining those together.
I actually,
happening anyway.
I know this is happening anyway, as identified by officers. Councillor Swanborough, I'd suggest that, given the wording that's in between there, you no longer need during the interim period.
Yeah, that's right.
You just need that between
those two
consideration of
dates.
the report at that meeting. You don't need the during the interim period anymore in your wording, if you're comfortable with that.
Fair enough. I mean, you can always crack it up
Sharon,
different ways. That's fair enough.
I believe the council is happy to remove during the interim period.
I have a comment back on provide feedback. Are you happy for that to be removed?
Yeah.
Well,
Comment.
well, feedback
We're going
and
to
comment.
provide comment.
What's it? What is the problem with the word feedback again?
Could be misconstrued that it's a formal process. So they're only providing comments to you for you to provide back.
And to the staff. I mean,
Are you happy to take
so
out
I'm-
provide feedback?
Can I just, as a point of clarification, if it's going up on Let's Talk, there'll be a process for the capture of comments on Let's Talk normally. Yes? No?
For full consultation there is, but where we're informing the community of the outcome of the consultation undertaken to date and how that's been incorporated, it would be put there to inform the community of that outcome.
you're scaring me. I'm sorry, but what do you mean by that?
I mean that where there's a full and open, transparent process where there is a full consultation report that will explain all of what we heard, what we have done with it, and how it has influenced the changes to the final draft of the growth management strategy for people to read, cross-reference and review. They'll be able to see it all and track changes in the growth management strategy, and that will inform them of how we have heard and what we have done with their feedback.
Well, my only aim here is to make sure that this isn't a line in the sand that can't be crossed by the officers. I mean, so I want some sort of reassurance, and I'm sure the public do as well, that if they do provide comments in this period, whether it be to councillors or staff or feedback or whatever, you know, that they're not going to have it thrown back in their face and say, no, we're only informing you, we're never going to let you, you know, we're never going to change our ideas as a result of this.
Well, sorry, Councillor, can we just finalise this wording and vote on it and move on, as pointed out before, and we can debate it on your resolution. But Councillor McInnes was ultimately, the decision on this will always rest with councillors, so it will be councillors who is most important to hear any additional feedback in that intervening period. That was my take of the conversation. So I think that was the question, was comment on or provide feedback. Are you comfortable, councillor, to replace provide feedback with comment on to their councillors? Or comment to. And comment to their councillors. So yes, that was a yes. Right.
Councillor Swanborough, we're removing the words all staff. Councillors all staff, removing those. Yeah. I thought we were removing.
It's not a consultation.
So
Just at the top, we have that during the interim period. Is that coming out?
yes. During the interim period is removed. I think that was agreed. No, just it's that between consideration. The wording now includes the identification of the two parameters, so you no longer need that superfluous phrase.
Yes, remove.
Okay. Moved by Councillor.
Sorry, can we get him to read it out? So
Yes,
those
we'll
at
get
home
him to
can-
read it out. Otherwise, I'll have to adjourn.
The whole thing is in accordance with Council standing orders and Council's customer charter that reads, inter alia, we will be open and honest always. We won't hide facts from you or keep you in the dark. We'll always tell you the truth and we'll do what we say. We are going to keep you informed along the way. That between consideration of the consultation report and the draft Scenic Rim Growth Management Strategy 2041 on the 25th of October 22 at the ordinary meeting and the final consideration of the Scenic Rim Growth Management Strategy 2041 at the 22nd of November 22 ordinary meeting, that the public be informed that this is an opportunity to review and comment to their councillors or staff in relation to the draft.
So, seconded by, well, before you go to seconding, any further questions to the motion? Councillors? Seek a seconder. Okay. Councillor Swanborough, you wish to speak further to your motion?
No, Mr Mayor, I think everything's been said.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? I will speak to the motion. I think there are some important realisations as we consider this. And I think Councillor McGuinness, the realisation is, I think Councillor McGuinness pointed out, at some point you have to stop rolling along because there will always be a group of people who want to have the last comment, even though their comment isn't able to be considered or isn't actually relevant in some cases to the matter at hand. And there will always be a group of people who will never be happy with the outcome of something so widespread for the region. because it doesn't suit their agenda. That being said, this seems consistent with the intent and actions that councillors were already undertaking, and it'll be the resolution of council at a point in time to go forward or consider the risks of not moving forward. Councillor Swanborough?
Yeah, just an additional comment, Mr Mayor, that the resolution has changed from what was originally proposed because the time frame has been extended. And I think this is an important consideration, and I think that should form part of the press release that we do as a result of this meeting today.
I don't even know there'll be a press release, but anyway. So, anything else, councillors? Councillor Swanborough's closed the talk. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We'll adjourn there for lunch, and we will return at 1:15 to continue our deliberations for today's meeting. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Welcome back to the gallery. Thank you, Executive. We continue with item 10.2 of today's agenda. GM, Custom Regional Prosperity, we turn to you to introduce this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Today, item 10.2 is the 2022 to 2023 Community Grants Program Round 1 for minor and major grants. The author of the report, Principal Specialist Community Development, Kathy Forrest, is with us, and I'd ask Kathy to go through the highlights of the report.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll jump straight into the report. It's proper. The aim of the grants program is to provide assistance to local not-for-profit community groups and organisations who make a positive contribution to the quality of life in the Scenic Rim. It includes Stream 1 for minor community grants and Stream 2 for the majors. The maximum amount of funding for minor grants is $5,000 and the maximum amount of funding for the majors is $20,000. The report you have in front of you today is providing an update on the applications for 2022-23 minor and major grants, round 1. We called applications on the 18th of July and they closed on the 21st of August. As always, we promoted it on Council's website and other online platforms, and we always do a series of targeted email reminders to community groups. We hosted face-to-face and online grant workshop information sessions, and that's always very helpful to the community groups, and we've noted in the report they can also contact the officers directly to talk through their projects, and from what we see they value that opportunity, and we often see the applications improve, the quality of applications improve following either attendance at a workshop or having that detailed conversation with the officers. Before you, you have a total of 38 minor applications and 16 major applications received for round 1, valued at approximately $387,000. We've listed all of the minors there for you, valued at $115,000, just over. And then into the next table, we've listed all the majors, valued at $121,000, just over that. And then we just wanted to mention that we do have a selection process for all of the grants program. We have a grants panel and they're all assessed against the same criteria. And obviously we have a scoring process, but the process is actually quite competitive. So unfortunately it's not an option to fund every application. We've listed the ones that were not successful on this occasion and are not recommended for approval, and we've put the 2 tables into the report. I won't read through all of these. I'm happy to take any questions. And we always talk to the community groups to talk through their applications and build their capacity. And there will be a round 2 usually in February, so that'll be February 2023. We just want to highlight in the budget financials that Council's allocated $400,000 to the 22-23 financial year. And again, we've listed the allocation of funding of $115 just over for the minors and $121 for the majors. Round 1 leaving a balance of $163 for round 2 and Council's in-kind program. And we just wanted to also highlight that the increased budget allocation has actually provided full funding for most of the community groups and more certainty for them to actually deliver their projects. And as you all know, we do a full update on the in-kind program separately as an end-of-year financial year report. And we just wanted to note there, just to give you an idea of what's available still for the in-kind, we allocated just over $36,000 in round, well, so far to this date for in-kind. So there's ample funds available for the remainder of the year for in-kind. And we also just like to remind everybody that the grants program is there to provide assistance to our groups who provide that quality of life for the Scenic Rim. And we also recognise that supporting community organisations through either financial assistance or in-kind is essential in helping them to develop and deliver programs, activities and projects that provide cultural, recreational and community development opportunities. The community projects funded under the 22-23 grants program ultimately build resilient, adaptive and vibrant communities while contributing to the social wellbeing of Scenic Rim residents. Happy to take any questions about individual applications.
Councillors, any questions to the report? There's fair bit of information there. Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Kathy, I was just wondering, I think you just touched on it, but more for those listening online, the community groups that were not successful, will you be dealing individually with each of those? And
yes, we always encourage them to contact us directly and talk through their application. And again, to build their capacity for future rounds, and even if it's not council's grants program, they learn a lot by talking to the officers about other grant programs that are out there, because we're very familiar with the processes. So yes, we always encourage the group to contact us.
Thank you.
Do you have any additional questions, councillors? If not, I ask the GM. I won't ask you to read through the full list.
No.
Councillors, we all have access to the table, and for those in the gallery, it's available online. But if you introduce the recommendation, please, GM.
Thank you, Mayor. It's why I've added the number of projects funded in the resolution, so that we have parity over the table. So before you, councillors, for your consideration is that 1, council approve the allocations for minor grants in the amount of $115,192.07 for 34 projects, and for major grants in the amount of $121,275.15 for 7 projects under the Community Grants Program 2022 to 2023 Round 1, for a total of $236,467.22 as outlined in the following tables. And 2, that council note the increased budget allocation in 2022-2023 has allowed more projects to receive full funding, which provides more certainty for community groups with project delivery and the ability to achieve the desired project outcomes. And 3, that council provide relevant feedback and advice to unsuccessful grant applicants to continue building capacity of the community sector in their quest for funding.
Thank you, GM. I seek a mover. Councillor West. Any additional questions, councillors? Any additional discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor Enright. Wish to speak further, Councillor West?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to say what a pleasing outcome this is, and especially pleasing to see with that extra funding, which was not a great deal, but it really has meant that most of the recipients are fully funded for their projects, and we all know that sometimes that can be a bit trying when some of the funding comes, but not all of it. So a very good result for all our community member groups.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.3, GM Council Sustainability. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And firstly, good afternoon to everyone today, including those listening in via the digital gallery. Item 10.3 today pertains to seeking consideration from Council as to the proposal by the State Valuation Services in undertaking an annual valuation of rateable land within the Scenic Rim. The report itself is detailed around the proposal, and it does include the points taken into account by the State Valuation Services why they've come up with that proposal. It should be noted that as compared to other years, generally they seek the position of council as to whether a valuation should be undertaken, not whether they support the valuation being undertaken. So this is a positive move. Additionally, it should also be noted that we are currently in the second year of the second year averaging of the previous valuation undertaken in 2021, and I think the report indicates from an officer's point of view it should be welcomed to have the opportunity to undertake a revaluation on the basis that yes, it does provide an up-to-date, accurate data of movements, taking into account market conditions and everything else. Other than that, Mr Mayor, the report's detailed, and I'm happy to field any additional queries and helping councillors form a position.
Questions for the GM? Councillor McInnes?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to ask the GM, sometimes, I take it we will get an opportunity to have a view if valuations don't change at all, and it is a good idea that we do have it because, as everyone knows, there's been rather large valuations and fluctuations too, for that matter. But times, whether it's next year or in 2 years' time, there'll be, we'll go back to, at times, very little change, and we, as long as we do have the opportunity to, rather than spending $180,000, was it, or something, that they take from us, that we do have the opportunity to.
That's correct, and I guess I'd answer that in two parts. The 180 is it's neither here nor there. If there is no annual, that's the annual fee that we pay. So there is no additional charges should an annual valuation be undertaken. It's a set fee annually that's provided by the State Valuation Service. We always argue that if there's no valuation, we should get a discount, but that's never the case. And vice versa, if they do take one, then there's no additional cost to council outside of that annual fee. Additionally, you might recall that they did undertake a annual valuation for 2021. There was concerns at that time where council consulted with the state valuation and outlined some concerns because of the natural disaster events, how that could have impacted at that, because I believe they undertook the evaluations around October, and then November there was an event that may have impacted those particular ones. So there's always that opportunity to consult positively or negatively towards the position of the State Valuation Services, and I guess in most cases it's always been council that I've been with council to try and convince them to undertake a valuation. We've moved away from 3-year valuation to at least get it to a 2-year. We're now seeing an annual valuation given the fluctuations. I think that's whilst that creates additional work. We for next year's determination, we would have been utilising the second year of the 2-year averaging of the current valuations. This will cause some considerable rework, but in the best interest of the community to make sure that the prices are reflective of market conditions and everything else. And I think that's a good opportunity that council should consider.
And I thought that was the case, that we paid it regardless, but if it is done every year, surely our price will go up too. They're not going to do it. As you say, there's quite a bit of work involved in it.
No, I know there's been motions put forward by council to try and undertake a more regular valuation, and we've been successful in going from 3 to 2. Getting annually, if that is a regular pattern, then that may cause some increases in the price. But I mean, in the previous consideration we've sent through, they've always indicated that the argument that was for the point put forward around the price, that there's always the annual processes of annual property splits and roll valuation maintenance that they're required to undertake throughout the year with the transfers and title changes and splits and everything else.
So thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? I just would wonder, I think in reading their correspondence, it would appear that is it a reasonable interpretation that what's triggering their intent on this occasion to move to an annual process is that they consider that there have been significant indicators of market movement that would prompt that?
Yes, that's correct, Mr Mayor. I guess they'll be able to, when they do undertake this process, and should council endorse it, the proposal, that the State Valuation Representative will come out and give the full background as to that. But the assumption is that is correct, given that there's, we've seen continued interest within the Scenic Rim, as opposed to neighbouring areas where you've seen some changes, and that's both plus minuses in terms of the valuations. But I think there's enough fluctuations in the market for them to undertake that exercise again to give it a fair and equitable process.
Thank you. Any other questions? We turn to the recommendation, please, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and Councillors. The recommendation for item 10.3 today is that Council provide correspondence to the State Valuation Service endorsing the proposal to undertake the annual valuation of rateable land for the Scenic Rim region effective 30th of June 2023.
Thank you. I seek a mover, Councillor Swanborough. Further questions? Sorry, I'm just making sure we've caught that up. Councillor Swanborough moved. Don't quite have a question. So are there any other questions first? Any additional discussion? I think the only piece of discussion, councillors, is we've got a motion going to conference around the timing of the release and of that information to allow for better planning and preparation and certainty for consideration of appeals and so forth. So just be mindful of that, but that's probably the only piece of discussion that I observe. If not, I seek a seconder. Councillor McGuinness, wish to speak further? Councillor Swanborough?
No, Mr Mayor, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Now, that brings us to the end of the scheduled meetings, but before we head into confidential, I believe we have some procedural motions that have been advised of. Councillor McConnell, please.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'd like to move the following procedural motion. That Council consider an amendment to the current confidential agenda, including the late item 11.5, and alter the order of business by 1. Sequencing item 11.5 ahead of 11.1, of item 11.1, and moving both of these to the end of the confidential agenda. And 2, determining that items 11.2, 11.3 and 11.4 be brought forward and discussed in open.
Thank you, councillor, for introducing that procedural motion. Any questions for the councillor? Councillor Enright.
Will these be dealt with individually?
Well, they were put forward as a single motion.
Yep.
Yes, individually, as per item.
Per
Sorry,
item
sorry, wait a second. There's two, that's put forward as one motion. But the items will then be dealt with separately. Is that the question?
Yes. Will we be voting on 1 and voting on 2 separately?
No, because it's put forward as one motion.
What are your concerns? Oh, sorry.
So, so do you have a question, further question for Councillor McConnell?
I would ask whether the mover would consider these being 2 separate motions.
For the purpose of?
Dealing with them individually.
Well, what are your concerns by separating the two into 2 separate motions?
My concerns could be that I might have an opinion, a differing opinion for item 1 and item 2.
Okay. I'm happy to amend the procedural motion for the first one to just include sequencing item 1 first.
So for clarity, Councillor McConnell is proposing procedural motion 1, that in light of those things, that the order of business by sequencing item 11.5 ahead of item 11.1 and having both of these at the end of the confidential agenda.
Yes, correct.
That's the revised motion. Yes. Okay, any further questions on that motion now, councillors?
No.
Okay, you've moved it. As procedural motion doesn't require a seconder. Any further discussion? If not, councillor, do you wish to speak?
No, I think it's self-explanatory that it stays in confidential, but it's just making sure the procedures and policy are done before 11.1.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Not put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now, councillor, we'll move to your procedural
I'd like to move another one, which is that council considering that we determine items 11.2, 11.3 and 11.4 be brought forward and discussed in open.
Thank you, councillor. Any questions for the councillor about this motion? Councillor McGuinness.
Yeah.
Councillor McGuinness, go first.
I think I know the answer, but I don't see any staff mentioned, no names mentioned in any form that could trying to ensure that we protect the anonymous
So perhaps it'll be helpful for both parties just to clarify. I believe, from what I've been advised ahead of the meeting, there will be further procedural motions to deal with what materials, reference materials, remain confidential. So this is about this motion. If I can assist, perhaps Councillor McConnell, this motion is about us bringing these matters to be considered in open, as we have previously indicated is the proper process for addressing those matters. So this is a formality. In my mind, that's what the procedural motion is about. Does that assist answering some of the questions, those two pieces of information? Councillor Enright, have a further question.
So, Mayor, just on that comment, will there be a subsequent motion to discuss what information is brought forward?
Correct. There are separate motions about which materials are released
yes,
to public.
That's probably what I needed clarification on.
So, okay. If that helps. Righto. Further questions for the councillor? If not, any additional discussion of that? If not, Councillor McConnell, do you wish to speak to your motion?
No, just that it's normal that we bring items of conduct out into the open and not hold them in confidential. So just bring it to what we need to do.
Thank you. Councillor, anyone wishing to speak against?
Mayor, I would, and I think that last comment is incorrect by Councillor McConnell. The previous times where inappropriate conduct matters have been dealt with have been dealt in closed. So I think, and that is for obvious reasons, to protect any innocent parties. So I have concerns.
I will speak in support of the motion. Yes, there have been occasions, and I was the subject of one, so I guess I can speak, that matters were dealt with in confidential, and that did, and Councillor Swanborough, with your permission, I'd identify that you too have been in a situation where there have been matters that have been dealt with confidentially. That the best advice we have is that properly they should, whilst there might be materials, which is a different question, the discussion of the matters is an obligation of council to address in public. It is an obligation of the council to ensure they don't cause harm, do things like allow witnesses or complainants, particularly staff members, be whistleblowers, effectively be subjected to public scrutiny and breach of privacy. But nonetheless, in terms of dealing with the materiality, that we should be dealing with that as a matter of public consideration, and that part of that is the recognition that natural justice provisions have already been provided through an investigation process. So I am supportive of the motion, I guess perhaps because I have visibility that there are some further motions about the control of information. Anyone else wishing to speak against or speak additionally? Councillor West.
You have to elaborate, just because you obviously know about the other issues, but the rest of us probably don't, because I am concerned about personal details.
So can I just as a point of clarification, this motion does not release any of the materials that are currently deemed confidential. There will be subsequent motions that deal with which materials then become public as part of the consideration to allow for that discussion in public.
I just needed that reassurance.
Okay. Does that help? Thank you. And look, this is the best advice we're able to operate with. Okay, thank you. I think, Councillor McConnell, do you wish to close?
No, I think we've covered everything in there.
Thank you. Then we put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. We'll call a division. It's Mayor Division 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6 in favour. We move forward now. Your indulgence, councillors, now we've dealt with those two. Councillor McConnell, I believe, has also further series of motions for our consideration, procedural motions. If you may.
Okay, I'd like to move the first of the procedural motions for item 11.2, that council, in resolving to discuss item 11.2 in open, make public the officer's report and attachment titled Investigation Summary Inappropriate Conduct Matter C-20-00919 and C-20-00870.
Thank you, councillor. So that's the motion. Questions for the councillor on that motion? Does that help with the clarity you were seeking?
Certainly does, thank you.
Further clarifications, councillors? If not, sorry, Councillor Swanborough.
Mr. Mayor, just for clarification here, are we talking about the item, or is this preliminary before we discuss the item?
This is nothing about the item. No. This is a procedural motion, councillor. This is a procedural motion about which materials are able to be brought forward for public, for councillors, and it's probably timely as we're considering this, councillors, just to remind that whilst Councillor McConnell will have the chair for these matters, there are some, it's important to remember this, we do not have parliamentary privilege in this chamber. Sometimes it's why, as chair, it's important sometimes to pause the meeting or to pull up conversations because I'm concerned they're heading into a place that will expose councillors. So as the matters coming forward and as the information coming forward, one of the considerations in what information gets brought forward, it is important for us to ensure that what material comes forward or what statements get made do not create negative impacts for those who in good faith have participated in investigations or have fulfilled, played any part of putting forward objective information in the process, or that have been in the content of a matter that's been under review. And therefore it is important to consider that's why you'll know, councillors, because you have access to all of the reference materials, that there are the majority of the materials actually stay confidential, and there is a very limited profile released so that privacy obligation, that whistleblower protection for those parties is upheld. So we have obligations beyond just what is in the local government legislation. We have obligations under other legislation that informs this conversation. Just reminder, councillors, including workplace health and safety.
Mr. Mayor, both you and I, to have a COI in relation to this matter. So I assume that we aren't talking about the actual matters here. We're talking about the release of information. So I foreshadow a motion that I believe there are documents that need to be released in response to the investigation report, and I'll be proposing a motion also after this one is completed.
Thank you, councillor, for that clarification. The materials that are proposed by Councillor McConnell's, if councillors want to go and review what these look like in the for a moment, please do so. Or are you familiar with what they look like?
A question, if I may.
Yes.
The investigation summary that's outlined in the motion.
Yes.
Can you inform me, is that just the 2 pages? 177 and 178.
Of course, my computer just chose that moment to go cold frozen on me. Yes, thank you.
That is, so it's really just the 2 pages that would be released. Okay. And my no, okay, I'll leave that one.
Is that helpful? Thank you. Any other questions for Councillor? Any other advice required from officers on that? If not, Councillor McConnell, you wish to speak further to your motion?
No, I think that clarifies everything, and there will be others once we get to 11.3 and 11.4, but I think we just deal with this one first, and then as we move on, we deal with the other ones.
Thank you, Councillor. Therefore, anyone else wishing to speak against the motion? Anyone wishing to speak additionally to this motion? Put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Swanborough.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. It's very important for balance in these matters and for natural justice that if the investigation report is released, then my response to the investigation report, which is also in the confidential agenda, also be released, which has gone to great lengths to make sure it doesn't breach any privacy or any other consideration in relation to this matter. So it's been completely vetted. I have copies for everybody if they would like to read them, to consider this matter, even if you have to adjourn to do it. But in the interest of procedural fairness, one of the principles is that you can comment on this. So that's what I would say.
Councillor, thank you. For clarity, the investigation report, the detailed investigation report, is not being released. Very clearly. So just to clarify, I'm just responding to the language you used when you spoke. So it is not being released by that by the prior motion.
No. Look, I understand that, Mr. Mayor. I'll just go back to the lengthy discussions we had with King and Company, solicitors, about this particular matter, where they said that the councillor is perfectly entitled under natural justice principles to make a response to the findings of the investigation. And I have done that, and I've been very careful to make sure that it's written in such a way that there's no privacy issues, things. So I'm requesting...
Point of order, Councillor. I'm going to ask you, put your motion so you can actually speak to your motion. Otherwise, we're just in a rambling conversation once again.
Can I call a point of order first, Mayor, please?
Sorry, Councillor. No, I'm going to ask that we see the motion, and then if you think there's a point of order to the motion. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, my motion is that the written statement advice, which was prepared to all councillors, which is in the confidential agenda, which has protected privacy of any individuals. I might be going too fast here.
Sorry, Councillor. Sorry, Councillor. I think you're trying to create a very long statement. People are having trouble understanding what it is. So what is your motion, please?
That my written statement advice in response to the investigation report also be released to the public.
Is that in this? What page?
I don't know. It's the same as this.
So that's Councillor Swanborough's motion. Now, did you have a notice of a point of order, Councillor Enright, regarding this?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to ask the question where it's appropriate, whether it is appropriate for the subject councillor to be proposing a motion that may influence decisions or the vote. And I refer to correspondence from the Acting Deputy Director General, page 2, paragraphs 1 and 2. Other than answering questions, the councillor subject of the complaint should not be permitted to influence the decision or vote. If the council is yet to decide whether a subject councillor can remain to answer questions, probably have, that councillor should not be proposing motions on the item. So I ask whether it's appropriate that this motion...
Thank you for your point of order, councillor, and I'm happy to respond with the clarification. In the circumstance we are currently in, it is quite appropriate. Should the matter be open on the table, that would be the point in time where those restrictions must be abided. So this is a procedural motion in relation to not to considering which materials become part of the public conversation. That is not part of influencing or within the deliberations. Whilst it could be argued, I suspect, where the question mark arises is that by releasing it, does that influence, more significantly influence the deliberations of the councillors? The answer is it shouldn't, because it has formed part of the full body of reference materials that councillors have had available to them in preparing for this meeting. From memory, I think it sits just adjacent to what has been released, and it sits just after it in the reports for each of these matters. So it's therefore been available for the people who need to consider it anyway, and therefore the motion of Councillor Swanborough is seeking consideration whether that forms part of the public record. It shouldn't change the deliberations of councillors, and so that's my ruling on the point of order, is that it doesn't apply for this circumstance. Sorry, Councillor McGuinness.
She's died, isn't it? Yeah, we're actually not debating the motion yet, and I think that's the bottom line for the to reinforce your point of order. Yeah.
Well, we're not debating the inappropriate conduct matter yet. That's the point. So that's the fine line in the sand. Sorry I took some time on that. I just wanted to have that clarity of the different circumstance. It is subtle. I appreciate the opportunity for clarifying that, Councillor. Further questions for Councillor Swanborough?
Just for completeness, the councillor should identify which item.
Yes. So, Councillor, just if we can amend your motion to clarify in relation to item 11.2. Put it in there after report in relation to item 11.2. Councillors, again, I encourage you to consider that the content of that.
Just need the page number that it's in the report for 11.2, Mr. Mayor.
So on page, I think it was just after the others was my hint before. So, councillors, any further questions? Yes, Councillor West.
Clarification on page 179.
Yes, without discussing the content. Yes.
Well,
yes, just you're concerned about the identification of parties.
Yes, there is a name.
Yes. I share the concern. I observe that, and I think that's part of the question to be addressed, is that the naming of parties and the inference about parties is the question, Councillor, that whilst you believe you've sanitised this, you've actually left significant commentary that would create a risk. And perhaps to help inform that, I look to either the CEO and through or the acting CEO and through her to whomever else for guidance of what councillors need to consider in considering this matter.
Thank you, Mayor. I've given this matter some consideration, and in doing so, make some observations. The process of investigation from beginning to end provides procedural fairness to the subject councillor. So in doing so, the investigator or the investigation allowed for the subject councillor to be to provide responses to the allegations, allowed for the subject councillor to provide feedback at appropriate points in the investigation process. So obligations around procedural fairness have been met as a part of that investigation. As you're aware, Councillor Swanborough requested to make a statement in response to the investigation findings report, the external investigator's report, and was told that absolutely he had a right to do so. However, I would note that in doing so, the purpose of this was to communicate to decision makers, and the decision makers are council. My concern is that as a part of this process, so the investigation has occurred, Councillor Swanborough has provided his statement. That statement has been published in the confidential papers in your agenda today. That process has not allowed any vetting of or fact-checking of the content of that report, of that statement. I believe that the statement raises new allegations whereby publication would deny other parties the right to procedural fairness. So I would caution council in terms of publishing, just to consider very carefully the matter of publishing this statement online, because in publishing this statement, council becomes the publisher and owner of this information. Any implications arising out of this statement, be they defamation or any other legal implications, would be actionable against council, not the party making the statement.
Can I ask a clarifying question? That relates to the potential of putting them in public. It does not prevent councillors from having referred to it as part of the other reference materials that remain confidential.
It does not, and that was my earlier point, that the statement was allowed to be made for the reference of the decision makers, and the decision makers are council. Mayor, with your forbearance, I'm happy to refer to our Principal Specialist Governance and Assurance for any further comment around that.
Councillor, I think it's useful to have a full understanding.
Thank you, Chair. No, I can just reiterate what the Acting CEO said in relation to the liability that Council will have in relation to anything that would come out of the publication of that particular statement. I'll add that as far as procedural fairness goes, the process is that when there's an allegation made against a councillor about conduct, they're first given an opportunity by the Office of the Independent Assessor to answer to those allegations, and they provide a written response. Secondly, when the investigation occurs, they're invited to take part in an interview where their allegations are put forward, and they're given a response to those. And then thirdly, the subject councillor then provides another written statement when the opportunity to see the entire investigation report is available, and that statement's made and provided to the the peer councillors who have to make the determination. So I've got nothing further to add on that.
Thank you. Councillor Swanborough?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, this statement should be made in the public record because it challenges some of the findings of the report, some of the errors of fact, some of the conclusions that are jumped to without supporting evidence.
Councillor, I'm going to caution. Point of order, Councillor. Point of order, Councillor. Please pause. Please pause. Respect the process. I'm cautioning you again about you're now moving into discussing the content of the matter rather than the process of the process of whether or not it comes into public. So you've moved into discussing
make sure I
the
don't do
content.
that.
Well, you have already, so I need you to stop and respect the process.
So what I would like to do, Mr Mayor, in view of the cautions and advice provided by the governance manager and the acting CEO, is to keep the recommendation but put a proviso on there that, like, these are only 6 pages basically, that the governance officer be authorised to redact any information in those reports that is likely to breach privacy or confidentiality in this process.
Sorry, is that an extension to your
Yes, it
motion?
is. It's an extension to my motion.
Through the chair, I would also add that the statement should only pertain to the matter at hand under consideration. The concern is not only about the legal implications and risks to council, but the fact that a number of allegations unrelated to the matter appear in the statement. I'd also note that the intention at this point, just to bring the discussion to focus, is that the investigation has been conducted. There is a recommended outcome of the investigation. This is not the time or place to be re-prosecuting the findings of the investigation. It is up to council to make a determination, to the non-conflicted councillors to make a determination on that finding.
I'd like to comment on that, Mr Mayor.
Councillor, certainly, and then I would ask you some questions also. But what's your comment, Councillor? I'll leave that at this time.
My comment is that the investigation was concluded, and I, for natural justice reasons, was asked to, I requested and was given approval to provide a written statement in response to the investigation report. Now, the investigation may have concluded, and we are releasing the investigation report to the public.
Point of order, Councillor. No, we are not. Again,
The summary.
Sorry,
So fair enough. The summary.
Please be clear, Councillor.
Yeah.
Just as a clarification of the point of order and for the public record.
We're releasing the summary.
Councillor, please, can I just clarify? The investigation report is
I acknowledge that already.
confidential.
I acknowledge that already, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
So I'll continue. If my comments could be included in the minutes as well on that, please.
They will be.
Yes, as I was saying, the decision hasn't been taken on this at all, and releasing the information to the public gives the public a more broader understanding of the issues, and then they can make up their own mind, as to the veracity of council decision, whichever way it goes. So I don't see that there's any harm at all in releasing the report. I don't believe that there are any allegations as such made in this document. I have the 6 pages or so here. It has been carefully formulated, but I've given authority for the governance officer to take out whichever is of concern, and I can't see that because of that there should be any fear about releasing this as one of the public documents.
Well, sorry, Councillor. So I would ask the question, on what basis does the governance officer determine those matters? Because there are, certainly in at least one of the statements, maybe not this first one, there are matters there that may not be of concern to the governance officer, but will certainly be of concern to other parties, and will create workplace health and safety issues for other parties and potentially create legal implications. So you're putting a lot of pressure on the governance officer to determine those things. And so I'm just asking on what basis the governance officer is now going to wear the responsibility should this be released.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm more than happy to take responsibility for it myself, but the issue here is that I don't believe, after the forensic way that I have produced this, that there is any mention of any council officer or anybody else involved in these reports. I have referred to anybody who was involved in this process as Officer A or Officer B or Officer C. So there is no way that there can be any identification of the person, and that's how we was advised that the report should be written. Now, if there is something that's objectionable, surely the chief legal person in the council, the officer, can make a judgment how to protect the council from anything, and yes, he is the appropriate person to be able to do that. And we're only talking about 6 pages of defence on two issues. I think that they're spurious arguments that are being put forward in order to not release this to the public.
Any further questions for the councillor? Further clarification? Sorry.
Councillor Swanborough, can I just please ask you to check section 2 of your motion? The words here I've highlighted, those reports, are you just referring to your written statement that you want redacted?
It has to relate to the item 11.2 written statement, councillor, so
yeah.
I believe it has to be limited.
Yeah.
Those reports were your words. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, it's my written statement in relation to this matter.
Yeah. So, for clarity, councillor, you can't delegate that to the governance officer. Just for clarity, as a procedural matter, you don't have that authority, nor do I, by the way. The CEO is the person who has to manage that process.
More than happy to change my recommendation to the CEO can do that particular job rather than the governance officer, if that's how it's going to work.
Sorry, councillor, I believe only considering privacy or confidentiality matters is far too narrow.
Relevance.
Because I've looked at the statements, and whether it applies to 11.2 might be open for discussion. And I'm not talking about the content of any, but there are certainly matters that go to workplace health and safety impacts, and also to potential defamation.
Mr. Mayor, there is absolutely nothing in those reports that relate to any defamation, workplace health or safety, or anything. That's my view. And if there is, the Chief Executive Officer is authorised to redact them. But I think you'll find that there's nothing there.
That's not what you've said there. That's not what you've said in your motion.
Well, I'm all ears. I'm ready to amend my motion with the comments that are being made around the table. it's to achieve what I'm trying to achieve.
Councillor, that's why I raised the issues, because that is very narrow and does not allow for the dealing with those matters that can cause offence, create issues for other parties. That's a very narrow definition, and I'm not the legal expert, and I don't believe you're the legal expert to understand what that can be. That's why.
Can I ask the CEO if she believes that she can do this particular task or not, and what wording she would suggest to give effect to the intent of this resolution?
Councillor, I believe that the resolution the motion as it currently stands is too restrictive. I've raised concerns. I certainly second the concerns that the Mayor has raised around work health and safety issues, so I think we need to expand the motion to consider risks to the work health and safety of any party. I also think that the issue of relevance to the matter at hand should be considered in the redaction, and the reason for that is my earlier point that it is my view that the statement creates new allegations of new matters that aren't related to the specific allegations contained within the investigation report.
Well, in order to get this over the line, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to include those 3 items in there that has been identified by the CEO.
I didn't hear. I don't see anything changed.
No, I haven't changed.
Yep. Sorry.
Likely to breach privacy or confidentiality in this process, place at risk the health and safety of any current or past officer of council. Yes, current or former officer of council. Or sorry. Yes, or extend to matters not considered relevant to the allegation. The allegation contained within the investigation report.
Councillors, any further questions? Councillor Swanborough, sorry, Councillor McGuinness, did you? So you're just looking at that wording. Councillor Swanborough, you wish to speak to your procedural motion?
No, Mr. Mayor, I believe that we've worked through the issues and we have a solution which is relevant to all parties, and I'd recommend its adoption.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll definitely speak against this. It is inappropriate that there is any slightest risk put out to any of our current or former employees of the organisation, just so Councillor Swanborough can put his view out into the public. I think the risks are too great to the organisation, and I would urge my fellow councillors to be very, very cautious about progressing this to an open forum.
Anyone Anyone else wishing to speak for? Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'm concerned. Can we just have that down again, Sharon? Oh, thank you. That this is putting the emphasis back on the responsibility back on the acting CEO to redact the information. And if there's anything that is omitted or missed, then the responsibility is back on them as a person. So no, I can't support it. Thank you.
Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, I have to echo Councillor West's concerns here. I think putting the onus back on the CEO to redact someone else's report to make it, to get it through the legal binds that actually are out there and can be twisted, I think shouldn't be put on the CEO. I can't support the release of this redacted by the CEO and a mistake made by the CEO where she doesn't redact something and it's released. I think is fraught with danger. If this had just been responding to the allegation and kept to the facts, I probably would have supported it. But there's a lot in there, and there's a lot where it may be that whole paragraphs are redacted, or simple words. So unfortunately, I can't support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else seeking leave to speak? Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Mayor. It is a difficult one, and I feel for the CEO, but whoever the CEO is at any one time can get legal advice, and I would expect they would to get other people to look over this. And I'm inclined to support it, but it is a difficult situation. The last thing I want to put staff at risk there, but we have legal at our disposal. For the staff to liaise with.
Thank you. Sorry, do you have a further question?
Yeah, that raises a question because it says the CEO to do it. Should it have been that the CEO seek legal advice to redact it? Or is that something that is just automatically done?
I would suggest that it's the Chief Executive Officer, the Acting Chief Executive Officer is more than capable of, within the suitable authorities, to deal with it if that was considered the appropriate outcome, although I don't know that still achieves the right outcomes, but that's a different question. Okay.
So just to clarify, the CEO would send this off for legal.
I don't.
It just changes things in my mind. I just want to get clear.
I don't think we can today determine what that process would be. Is the concern?
Just a question: is it always an option that a CEO can seek legal advice about anything? And therefore, asking the CEO to do something just automatically implies that if she feels that she needs that legal advice, that she'll go and get it. That's her discretion. That's why we pay a CEO. So I think it can be assumed that she will get legal advice.
Point of order, Councillor. Please, I know people think I do this inappropriately, but when the chair is trying to speak, you're obliged to stop, and it just seems to fail to register. Please. I was going to point, we need to stop that discussion because we're now in the midst of speaking to a motion, and that's what I was about to curtail. I would seek leave to speak as well if anyone else has finished before we hand back to Councillor Swanborough. I'd speak against this because even with the best intent, with legal advice or otherwise, the nature of the comments in some of these matters is so wide as to, particularly when it comes to that workplace health and safety circumstance, create a threshold that will be difficult for someone who hasn't been directly involved to identify. That is the risk. I don't believe releasing that adds anything whatsoever for the benefit of the councillors who are the decision makers. The unconflicted councillors have full access not to this statement in isolation, but to this statement in the context of a properly prepared independent investigation and all of those artefacts to inform their thinking in considering the outcome. That's as wide as the visibility of those matters needs to be, is my view, is that's where the decision rests. It's not a matter that has open to public submissions to consider the outcome. This isn't one of those matters. I won't be supporting the motion. Anyone else wishing to seek leave to speak? Not over to you. Councillor Swan, do you wish to close on your motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor. I think there's been so many hurdles thrown up in response to this that, there's obviously a huge appetite not to replace it. And personally, I don't think, having written this submission, the way that it was being written to protect the privacy of all individuals, I don't believe it makes new allegations. Yes, it does mention the CEO, but I've looked at...
Point of order, Councillor. You've just breached. You have just breached.
Someone else said the CEO just before.
Sorry, no, we're talking about this CEO, talking about this CEO and her actions.
Yeah.
So, Councillor, you're talking about the content of the report. I believe you have significantly stepped over the line.
I don't think so, Mr Mayor.
Councillor, the Chair has advised you that you have stepped over the line and started to talk about the content of the matter, and you've had enough warnings not to. Please try to show some respect for...
I'm showing a lot of respect, Mr Mayor, but the arguments that are being putting forward, to me, are unnecessary hurdles, and I think the person, as the author of the report, who's taken great care to make sure none of those things you talked about there are in the report, that we are giving information, I think, that mainly derived at defeating the resolution, and I don't believe is relevant. And I also make reference to the point that I witness the handling of OAA complaints in many other councils, and to suggest that all these frightening things that could happen are going to happen, based on what I see at Gold Coast and what I see at Ipswich City Council, where full disclosure is made about things, including any council officer in those councils, or any councillor who's accused or what is named, and the sky doesn't fall in relation to highly paid officers of council, including CEOs or whatever, of being named in those reports. I read it all the time. And so it's only this council, that seems to raise these types of issues to make them into, a consideration for being open and transparent to the public and to provide natural justice. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to receive natural justice in this particular process, and I believe it's in the public interest, and I believe the public want to know the details and how council derived at any decision that they make.
Those in favour of Councillor Swanborough's motion? Those against? Motion's defeated. He was against. So division was Councillor Swanborough, Division 1 in favour. Those against, divisions Mayor, Divisions 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Councillors, I believe we have some more procedural motions before us. Councillor McConnell?
Did we want to do them as we do each item, Mr Mayor?
No, I believe we need
more
to
now?
do them now.
Okay.
I
Okay.
believe that's
I'll
appropriate.
do the next procedural motion for item 11.3, that council, in resolving to discuss item 11.3 in open, make public the officer's report and attachment titled Investigation Summary, Inappropriate Conduct Matter, C-21-00218.
Thank you. Again, councillors, any questions for Councillor McConnell regarding this motion in light of the prior discussions? If not, councillor, I'll get you to speak. You wish to speak to it?
No, it's exactly the same as the last one, Mr Mayor.
Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried. We note a division that those in favour, Mayor, Division 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, against Division 1. Anything further in relation to item 11.3? If not, we move further. Councillor McConnell, and no other.
Another procedural motion for item 11.4, that council, in resolving to discuss item 11.4 in open, make public the officer's report and attachment titled Investigation Summary, Inappropriate Conduct Matter, C-21-00247.
Again, councillors, any questions? If not, Councillor McConnell, nothing further to add?
Nothing further.
Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. That now, Councillor McConnell, I will hand the floor over to you. You now have 3 additional matters in open session, that being the items identified as 11.2, 0.3 and 0.4 in the agenda.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to read out some wording that's been given to all officers, correctional counsellors, in regards to the next items 11.2, 3 and 4. And I'll just read it out for the benefit of those listening in. The Chair is responsible for preserving order during the meeting and ensuring discussions are relevant to the topic and conducted in line with the standing orders. The Chair is permitted to adjourn the meeting when justified, including for obtaining advice on meeting matters. The inappropriate conduct matters to be determined today must be considered in accordance with Council standing orders and the Local Government Act. Councils have to decide whether the subject councillor has engaged in inappropriate conduct. The subject councillor has a declarable conflict of interest and is permitted to remain in the meeting during the debate to answer questions from the councillors to assist them in determining the matter. The subject councillor is to leave the meeting during the vote on the conduct and the determination of any appropriate penalty to be imposed. Once a decision is made, the subject councillor is to return to the meeting and the chairperson is to advise the details of the decision and any penalty applicable. The release of confidential attachments. The statement from the subject councillor should not be released to the public as it contains, we've already discussed that. The investigation report contains the identity of witnesses and other personal information. It's also the content that would be considered defamatory if published. Neither of these attachments should be released without the appropriate vetting and redacting by governance. We've already voted against that. So I'll now ask the CEO to bring in 11.2.
Thank you, Chair. So item 11.2 is inappropriate conduct matter C/20/20/00919 and C/20/00870. I only in summary indicate that the Office of the Independent Assessor referred 2 complaints of inappropriate councillor conduct to Council with a recommendation to engage an external investigator. Ashdale Investigations was engaged, and Ashdale subsequently conducted an investigation. They then prepared an investigation report which included an assessment of the evidence and findings on the allegations of inappropriate conduct. Once the investigation is completed, Council is required to determine whether the subject councillor has engaged in inappropriate conduct, and if so, what the appropriate order should be. I would draw your attention, councillors, to the content of the report that discusses the process around assessment, not only about conflict of interest, but about assessment of the matters at hand, and then a table on page 38 of your confidential agendas, which will be made open to the public, will be at a future time. The table that provides some guidance from the Office of the Independent Assessor to councils on determining most appropriate orders. Draw your attention to those things, but happy to pass back to the Chair for consideration of the matter or any questions.
Point of clarification. We've just heard that the investigation report contains the identity of witnesses and other personal information. It also has content that could be considered defamatory if published. Neither of these attachments should be released without the appropriate vetting and redacting by governance. Is that still the position of the Council?
In relation to the investigation report, we've already decided that the investigation summary will be released, but not the whole report. That's what it was, a summary that we released.
That's what's being vetted by governance?
Just use your mic.
So, just for clarification, is that what's being vetted by governance?
Yes, that came from the investigation. So the summary.
Yeah, I know, but I don't understand.
The investigation report will not be released.
Yeah, but what I don't understand is who does it.
We've
just spent a lot of time discussing how the appropriate vetting and redacting by governance can be made, but it's just been rejected.
CEO?
Through the Chair, that matter has already been considered by Council, and Council resolved not to release the statements.
Correct. So we've already resolved
and the investigation report.
Okay, everyone's read the report. Does anyone have any questions or clarifying points that they need covered? Considering, and I'll ask for some advice from the CEO, considering we haven't actually declared what the investigation was, is it appropriate to read out a quick part of the summary that is going to be released now?
Yes.
Okay. Just give me 2 seconds. What was it, 170? 177. Okay, I'll just read out the complaint made the following allegations against Councillor Swanborough. The complaint made the following allegations. 1, the councillor accused the officer of actively deceiving councillors by providing false information. 2, each time information is presented to council, there have been negative commentary from the councillor. 3, the councillor has demonstrated ongoing negativity towards policies such as those which are designed to assist councillors in understanding confidentiality of documents. 4, during the ordinary meeting, the councillor raised some concerns about the content of a report. The officer provided the councillor with multiple responses and explanations to his questions. However, he continued to dispute the officer's clarifications and advice on the matter and appeared to misinterpret the information provided. 5, the councillor later sent an email to the officer inquiring about the matter, to which the officer provided a detailed response. The councillor included the following comments in the email exchange. My question in the meeting asked generally, was it in the regulations, because I had never seen it. Your reply represented that it was in the regulations. Please listen to the tape and let me know if you agree or still disagree. I understand you were under pressure, but best in those situations to take the question on notice if you are unsure. Accuracy is paramount in a council meeting, as your reply did not allow me to influence the councillors any further on the issue, which I considered important and needed to know how this part of the policy was derived. I think this section on two councillors meeting is almost misguidance to councillors and maybe even ultra vires. We will have to disagree on new legal derivation on this matter. 6. During the ordinary meeting, the councillor made comments that he, officer, had been misleading councillors with the officer's responses regarding the matter, and the comments made by the councillor implied that the officer was attempting to get councillors to agree to something that was untoward. So those are the allegations. Everyone's read the report. Are there any questions they'd like to seek clarification? No questions? Now have to move a motion. Is anyone prepared to move a motion? Councillor Enright.
Councillor Swanburn has to vacate the room before.
Well, before, Acting Chair, before it goes, is there any questions of Councillor Swanburn?
No, because that's a statement. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Are there any questions? I'm asking councillors, has anyone got any questions? Yeah. Has anyone got any questions to Councillor Swanburn? No? Thank you. We'll call you back in.
Okay.
Switch them off. Go ahead, Councillor Enright.
That in accordance
Yeah, we're just sending the wording to our councillor support to make it easier.
Okay. That in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Section 150AG, Council finds that Councillor Swanborough has engaged in inappropriate conduct. That in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Section 150AH, the following orders are imposed. That the councillor makes a public admission that the councillor has engaged in inappropriate conduct. That such an admission must include, but not limited to, a statement that is to be read at the next available ordinary meeting, acknowledging that the councillor behaved inappropriately, causing harm to third parties. That a reprimand be recorded against the councillor for the conduct. That if the councillor engages in the same type of conduct again, it will be treated as misconduct. that the councillor reimburse the local government for 60% of the legal or investigation costs arising from this councillor's inappropriate conduct. And then, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Regional Council Standing Order Procedure CM03.01 PR.01, Council remain confidentially over the content of this report, including the investigation report and attachments, and due to privacy obligations, the report not be released.
Can I just flag some issues with the motion? And we'll go to the end. We've just released the summary.
Yes, happy to adjust some words, but the investigation report is not the summary.
But it includes the summary. No?
No, it's only the summary. Only the summary.
So the investigation report and the summary of the report are two separate entities? Okay, Norris. So is the summary an attachment?
You have to make reference back to the original procedural motion in what to release.
Yeah.
So this is effectively only talking about the investigation report itself.
If it talks about and attachments.
Well, that's what I thought you're seeking now, to see clarity on,
Correct.
to amend so that it's clear and it's reflective of the pre-existing
And attachments
procedure.
less the summary?
Well, that probably doesn't need that has already been resolved by council.
Okay. Okay, I'll take that advice. Okay, any questions or clarifying?
Yeah. Sorry, where are we?
Right, we're just waiting for some.
In accordance with clause 22. So through the chair, my suggestion is that item F is obsolete now that council
Correct.
has resolved.
That was my next. Yeah,
in-
we don't need that because we've already resolved that issue.
Councillor Enright, are you comfortable to?
You. You'll just have to use your microphone.
Yeah, providing I'm happy that I'll consider that be removed. However, I just would want full clarity that there is no risk of investigation report being included, and I suspect that is the case.
Yep, that is the case. So discussion.
If Chair, if I'm happy that I remove item F.
Okay, we just got to wait for some.
Just as a further clarity, that item F is generally a disclosure that's included in confidential item reports.
Yeah.
The fact that this matter has been now resolved to not discuss in confidential, and it also then has the additional procedural motion in terms of what's information to be released. Yeah, it becomes obsolete. If it was to remain enclosed, then it would be imperative to keep that in there. But the fact that it's
we're just waiting on some. So any discussion on the motion? I do have one. The item E, the reimburse the local government for 60%. Now, we didn't, there are three separate items that I believe were all bundled into one cost.
Four separate allegations.
Yeah.
Two were bundled into one investigation, and the report outlines. Sorry, and the report outlines the total cost in undertaking the investigation for those four separate allegations.
Okay. So, yeah, and that's my question. I don't think
We'd have to seek a further breakdown from the investigator to see if all they provided is a grouped invoice outlining the cost to undertake those.
That's what I figured. So I thought it would be difficult to determine. Okay. So where did you come up with the 60%?
Page 176 of the report.
Yeah.
That's, I guess, that's the guidance that we have received as a part of the investigation report. And the fact that we are all aware that this is not the first instance of engaging in inappropriate conduct. There is the previous action that was determined in December 2021, and that's what I've based my information on.
Any other, Councillor McInnes?
Yes, Mayor, this is we don't have to follow this. It's a guide. That's all it is, and I personally believe 60% is sort of a bit over the top in my humble opinion. But others might. The move has got a different opinion to me, evidently, on this. But I think it is excessive.
Just in response to Councillor McInnes's comment, if you notice down the bottom, the 60% number 2, and it says, there's quite a bit of things, but if the councillor is an experienced councillor and there has been previous inappropriate conduct, that's where that fits in, and I would see that as being applicable in this situation, to be honest.
And one additional point, if I can add to that on that same clause, that the impact of the conduct, financial and reputational, on others was significant. And as we are aware, it was significant.
Councillor Chalk, did you have something? Okay. Okay, any other discussion? Need a seconder?
I'm happy to second.
Seconded by Councillor West. Would you like to speak to your motion, Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. Councillors, the legislation and the Councillors' investigation policy requires Council to consider findings and recommendations of the investigator's report and decide whether the councillor has engaged in inappropriate conduct. We are not required to conduct another investigation, only consider the findings. I'm not a lawyer, but consider that the prescribed process is our only option. If we consider that the outcome that makes the orders is based on the recommendations of the relevant information available. We acknowledge that Councillor Swanborough was found to have engaged in inappropriate conduct on the 7th of December 2021. The issue that has been identified here is that that's public information. No, that was publicly in the minutes of Council's minutes of the 7th of December, the outcomes of that. That's where this information has come from. Yep. The investigation has identified that Councillor Swanborough did breach the Code of Conduct, and that is to treat people in a reasonable, just, respectful and non-discriminatory way. And it's been identified that this has been the case, and I'm sure that you will agree that we need to be uphold to the highest level as councillors and representatives of our communities, the most high standard in respect to how we treat employees and members of the public, and as the investigation report has concluded, that Councillor Swanborough has breached the Code of Conduct and has acted inappropriately in this situation.
Thank you. Anyone against the motion? Councillor McInnes?
In principle, I'm not against the motion, but I would like to move an amendment that be only 30% of the cost involved, that he be rather than 60% as suggested, that he be deemed to pay up.
Wait, question from Councillor West.
Could I just ask your reasoning behind that, please, Councillor?
I think it is, and while I acknowledge that it's the investigation's made and it's come back to here, it's only a guide. It's our what we believe to be right, and in my humble opinion, as I said before, I believe 30% of that is adequate.
Anyone speak? Correction, Councillor. Are you asking Councillor Enright to change his motion? Or are you moving an amendment to the motion? Okay, so we now have an amendment to the motion. That council reimburse local government 30% of the legal or investigation costs.
Could I ask a question before we progress on this amendment?
Yes, you can.
Could I, through the CEO or the General Manager, is it possible to outline the costs that we have incurred in the last 12 months for investigations into general investigations into inappropriate conduct matters?
I can, but I don't know what they put towards this. The report contains the investigation costs on these particular items. I'm not sure through your CEO whether that adds value to the...
Sorry, just to clarify your question, Councillor Enright, are you seeking Council's total expenditure over 12 months on external investigations into any inappropriate conduct matter involving any councillor?
Yes, I think the report already outlines the cost associated with these investigations. I note that there was a budget review in March where a figure of $180,000 was the figure that we have expensed in investigations. I would like, it'd be nice to know what that final figure for the 12 months, so we have an idea to put that into perspective, what the costs are.
Point of order,
Yeah.
Chair. I really can't see the relevance of what we're dealing with a matter. I can't see the relevance in trying to divulge other figures that have no relevance to this matter. It just makes no sense.
Yeah, I agree. We need to stick with what this investigation cost, because that's what you're going to put it against, not against looking at everything. So can you just read out your amendment?
Councillor, that the councillor, I wonder whether we should let the councillor Swanborough reimburse the local government for 30% of the legal or investigation costs arising from this councillor's inappropriate conduct. Hearing? Might start that again. That the council reimburse the local government, Councillor Swanborough reimburse the local government for 30% of the legal or investigation costs arising from this councillor's inappropriate conduct.
Clarification from the CA?
I'm just seeking to determine whether we are talking about, at the moment, the motion, both motions on the table refer to legal or investigation costs, and I am seeking clarification as to whether the councillors intended to write legal and investigation costs.
Yes.
And it's crossed my mind too, acting CEO, but yeah, maybe the word should be and investigation costs, but where does that go down to? Yeah? Does that get down through staff or, yeah?
I think I think it should just be the investigation cost incurred. Oh, well, how do we word it so it's just the cost incurred by the investigator?
By the external.
Yeah,
external
so costs
investigation.
incurred by the for the external investigator. Would you be happy with that?
I haven't got a problem with it, but I think Councillor Enright should, yeah, there is a, it's also, he's got a, yeah, it was the same words that we used on his. I haven't got a problem with that, but I suppose we handle the wording here, and if there's, that's not agreeable, well, it's, we change those words on another amendment.
So you're happy to leave in the legal and investigation costs?
I think the word investigators,
yeah,
investigators costs.
By the external investigator. Yeah, cost of the external investigator.
No, Councillor, cost of the investigation. Otherwise, you are talking about the investigator's costs, which is a different matter.
But where does, and as Councillor McInnes, where does that end?
We can say that the costs of the investigation, which is what the investigator invoiced us.
Okay,
Yes,
so that's no different to
cost
what I
of
just said.
Yes, it is. You said cost of the investigator. That's different.
Okay.
So the investigation costs.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? I do have some in, I was going to bring it up with the other one. Although this isn't the first time he's had inappropriate conduct, it is the first of this type. So the other ones were minor.
Still found to be inappropriate conduct?
Yeah, still found to be inappropriate, but it wasn't the same type of conduct. It was more duties rather than what's occurred in this one. So I find it hard to incur costs the first time against something like this.
Through the Chair, just to provide clarification, there are no degrees of inappropriate conduct based on the legislation.
Correct.
Yeah,
but
so
I'm just saying
it is inappropriate conduct.
There's different types, but we get to decide that in here.
Correct. Just to
So,
provide clarification.
Yeah, accept your clarification, but it's the first of this type of inappropriate conduct. There's different types. not different types, but different.
A point of order.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Chair, I'm sorry, that is not correct. That's contrary to.
I know that's what I
was
just said.
given.
I just rephrased myself just then and said there's only inappropriate, but there's different actions that you take to get there. So
The outcome is still the same.
Yeah, the outcome's still the same. Happy with that, but I find it hard to incur costs when it is a different type. Well, I won't say different type of inappropriate. It's still inappropriate, but it's a different action that he took. So that's just my discussion on the matter. Yeah.
Does yeah mean
Councillor
me?
Webb.
Does it? Look, I just want to mention, and thank you, Acting Chair, but in the chart here, there is the first instance of engaging in appropriate conduct which has occurred, and I understand the councillor involved has had to address a couple of those, which was the training and the public admission at a council meeting. So we are now onto the second column, which is hence why we're at the 60% of the costs this time round. So it's quite clear. And I might just add that none of us enjoy having to have this discussion. It's very unpleasant. Definitely. I don't enjoy it. I know the rest of you probably don't either. It's not what we signed up for, really, but so we just need to deal with it.
Okay, but it is a guide.
Can I just add also, Chair, if I may, just as a comment, that the costs beyond the investigation process in the cost to our organisation, the cost of our staff time, the cost of items coming up and not coming to the meeting. There is significant cost in dealing with this through the process of the OIA. None of that's captured in what I'm proposing, but we need to be fully aware that there is a huge labour cost for every Office of Independent Assessors claim or item, and so we need to consider that. That is we need to be cognizant of the costs, and that's why I think the 60% figure is more appropriate.
Okay, any other discussion on the amendment? None? Ask for a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Chalk. Would you like to speak to your motion, Councillor McInnes?
No, I think we've had enough discussion on it. We'll incur more costs for this organisation.
Anyone speaking against the motion, the amendment?
I will speak against the amendment. I've put a lot of thought into what I think is an appropriate way forward. As I've just outlined, there's a lot of costs that that aren't detected here in our operations of the organisation in dealing with this this complaint. That's not factored into this, but it's a real cost, and why should our ratepayers be paying those costs for investigations for inappropriate conduct? I don't believe that we should be asking our ratepayers to fund that cost. It should be borne to a part by the councillor who has been found to have participated in conducted inappropriate conduct.
Anyone speaking for the motion? Anyone to speak, seek leave to speak additionally?
I think I've made my thoughts known, thank you.
I will speak for the motion. I believe that 60% is excessive, and I think 30% does still provide the intention of what the section 150L gives there. So I will be supporting the motion. Would you like to close, Councillor McInnes?
Yeah, just final comment. We do have a lot of costs, and I hear what Councillor Enright's saying, but We also have a lot of costs from frivolous complaints that come towards so many councillors and so on, and that probably costs a lot more than what this investigation has cost. I'd hate to add that up in the time wasted in this chamber for no good reason a lot of the time.
Thank you. We'll now vote on the motion. All those in favour of the motion? The amendment, sorry. All those against? The division is those for is divisions 2, 5 and 6. Those against divisions 3 and 4. The motion is carried. We'll now go back to the original motion. We've just got to wait for it to catch up. Okay, can you just go back up? I just need to see if we did have a seconder for that. I don't think we did. Oh, yes, we did. Okay, would you like to speak to your motion, Councillor Enright? Wait, yes? We've now got the amendment in there.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor McConnell. I will speak to this motion. Councillor, this is the system we have to operate under. A complaint is made, the OIA assess the complaint, it's either dismissed or the council has to investigate further. If it's requested that a further investigation is required, an independent external investigation is done. The findings are reported. It is then the decision of council to action on the findings in line with the guidelines. As councillors, we need to be beyond reproach, set the standard in our community. If not, we all have to bear the consequences of our actions, and I support this motion.
Anyone speaking against the motion?
Yeah, look, I'll speak against this motion as it stands. Look, I was a first-hand witness to this incident. I didn't think a lot of it at the time. This process has gone far and beyond what it needed to be. It could have been handled a little bit differently, I believe, and I feel as though this is throwing the book at Councillor Swanborough for something that probably, in my opinion, doesn't really deserve it. And I hear some chirps around the room. If everyone can just please let me have my opinion. Whilst I think there is a degree of inappropriateness to this, I don't think it deserves the book being thrown at him just yet. So I won't support it as it stands. Thank you.
Anyone speak for the motion? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally to the motion?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I will support this motion. It doesn't give me any great pleasure in doing it, but I think it's we're not carrying out the investigation. We've had independent people carry out the investigation, and it's found guilty there. All we can do is what's in front of us and have different views on the extent of what we see necessary. So we either change that. We can't change the outcome of the guilty or not guilty. He's been found to be inappropriate conduct, and we have to take it from there.
Thank you, Councillor West.
Look, thank you. It was really just to reiterate those same comments that a private investigator invested the whole situation, came back to us with a determination, and whether we like it or not, it's the recommendations that we need to go by.
Thank you. I will seek leave to speak, and again, it's a difficult one. To me, it's a minor infraction, but as with the investigation, we do need to respect the investigation and look at that. So I will be supporting the motion. Take a vote. All those in favour? All those against? Division, those for divisions 2, 3, 4 and 6. Those against division 5. The motion is carried. Duncan, can you get, can you grab Councillor Swanborough? Yes, come back into the next one. So you can just scroll down so I can read it. Yeah. We're just waiting on Councillor Swanborough to return to chambers. I'll tell him next time. Apologise for the delay. We're just waiting for Councillor Swanborough to come back to chambers. Okay, thank you. We now have everyone back in the chamber. In accordance with 7.8 of the standing orders, it was moved and agreed that in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Section 150AG, Council finds that Councillor Swanborough has engaged in inappropriate conduct, and 2, in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Section 150AH, the following orders are imposed: that the councillor makes a public admission that the councillor has engaged in inappropriate conduct. B, that such an admission must include but not limited to a statement that is to be read at the next available ordinary meeting acknowledging that the councillor behaved inappropriately, causing harm to third parties. C, that a reprimand be recorded against the councillor for the conduct. D, that if the councillor engages in the same type of conduct again, it will be treated as misconduct. And E, that Councillor Swanborough reimburse the local government for 30% of the costs of the investigation arising from the councillor's inappropriate conduct. So I just had to inform you of that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll now move a adjournment so that we can refresh before the next one. So we will return at 3:30. Thank you. Okay, thank you to our chambers and the listening public out there. We'll now move on to item 11.3. If you could introduce the item, please, Acting CEO.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. Item 11.3 is inappropriate conduct matter, reference C/21/00218. The Office of Independent Assessor referred a complaint of inappropriate councillor conduct back to council with a recommendation to engage an external investigator. Ashdale Investigations was engaged and they subsequently conducted an investigation. Ashdale then prepared an investigation report which included an assessment of the evidence and findings on the allegation of inappropriate conduct. Once the investigation has been completed, council is required to determine whether the subject councillor has engaged in inappropriate conduct, and if so, what the appropriate order should be. Happy to pass back to the Chair for further explanation of this matter.
Thank you. As we did with the last one, I'll quickly read out the particulars of the investigation out of the investigation summary which will be released. The particulars of the investigation are: on 4 December 2020, a customer had raised an issue via email to the councillor about a customer service matter. The councillor had discussed this issue directly with a council officer on the 27th of December 2020. 2. Following the initial email and conversation, several emails were sent to the customer by the councillor following up on the customer's issues, with the officer copied in on those emails. The councillor sent an email dated 21st March 2021 to the customer and copied in the officer. The content of the email is as follows. I talked to Redacted before the council meeting a fortnight ago, and Redacted led me to believe someone had contacted you already and that the water was likely to be directed down the northern side of the road and not directed onto your property. I can only describe how your request has been handled as very poor customer service. This was the third time I'd spoken to Redacted since our site meeting. Redacted also promised me Redacted would be on the mountain to do a joint inspection months ago, which I said to you at the time, and this also hasn't happened. Next step is to refer this example of dreadful customer service to my fellow councillors for discussion at our next councillor briefing on Tuesday or Wednesday, or alternately, you could call the Mayor yourself and tell him how well the council is performing. I can only apologise for this example of how not to run a department. I see you have CC Redacted in on your email, so keep me posted. Thanks, Derek. So, any clarifying questions or points to be raised? None around the table? Keeping in mind what we've already said, Councillor Swanborough, can I ask if you had addressed this issue with the affected officer prior to sending the email and expressed your concerns?
Yes, I had. I'd spoken to the officer. He apologised that...
before you sent this email?
Before I sent the email.
Correct.
As the report said, I had 4 contacts with the officer. I think it was prior to this particular occasion.
But did you discuss the issues you brought out about the customer service with the officer before you sent this email?
The first 4 discussions we had, I was understanding that, sometimes it takes a while to get these things done. Everything doesn't always go to plan. So there wasn't anything to discuss about customer service or anything else at that particular time because I was just wanting to get the job done.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or clarifying points around Any other questions or clarifying points around the table? Ask for a mover for a motion. Councillor West, did you put your hand up? Oh, Councillor Aaron. Say yeah. You're moving a motion?
Yeah, I'll happy to
Oh
make
yeah,
the motion.
yep. So you'll have to leave again, but don't go too far this time.
Don't worry. You can always listen on YouTube.
Correct. Councillor Swanborough has now left the room. Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. I move that, in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Section 150 AG, Council finds that Councillor Swanborough has engaged in inappropriate conduct. That in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Section 150 AH, the following orders are imposed. That the councillor make a public admission that the councillor has engaged in inappropriate conduct, that such an admission must include, but not limited to, a statement that is to be read at the next available ordinary meeting, acknowledging that the councillor behaved inappropriately, causing harm to third parties, that a reprimand be recorded against the councillor for the conduct, that if the councillor engages in the same type of conduct again, it will be treated as misconduct, that the councillor reimburse the local government for 100% of the costs of investigation arising from this councillor's inappropriate conduct.
Any discussion points around the table? I will start discussion in how minor do we go in regards to the code of conduct, treat fellow councillors, council employees and members of the public courtesy, honesty and fairness, not use abusive, obscene or threatening. I can't see in there a major case to me, even though the investigator has made his recommendation. I just can't see inappropriate conduct on a major scale that would warrant the expansion of any investigation. So that's where I'll start off the discussion.
Can I respond to that, please?
You can include in the discussion.
In the discussion. The department has an inappropriate conduct disciplinary action guideline. The very first example states, examples of inappropriate conduct. A councillor publicly make derogatory comments about staff. So it's very clear that that is the very first example of what is inappropriate conduct, and that is what has happened.
And what part of the email is derogatory? In the executive summary that we're looking at.
You've already read that out in that summary, it captures that in there.
Correct, I read it out. So what part?
Describe how your request was handled as very poor customer service, how it is example of how not to run a department, refer to this example of dreadful customer service. You want me to keep going?
Yeah.
Or alternatively, you could call the mayor yourself and tell him how well the council is performing. So all very derogatory comments about staff in a public forum, in a public email to a customer. So as I've said before, this is the very first example of what the department considers inappropriate conduct.
Just in discussion, I can't see anything there that I don't think anyone in this room around the table would have made, when sometimes it does occur that there is poor customer service and the council officers actually acknowledge, yep, okay, we've got to do better. So I don't think the first paragraph where it says handled as a very poor customer service is derogatory.
I think there's a very important adage that praise in public and criticise in private would apply here. And if we look at code of conduct, I think that's really what we've got to base this is. We don't need to be reinvestigating. We really have to look at the findings. But the code of conduct is about the 3 R's of responsibility, respect and reputation. Carry out responsibilities conscientiously and in the best interests of the council and the community. Treat people in a reasonable, just, respectful and non-discriminatory way. Ensure conduct does not reflect adversely on the reputation of council. That is the basis to our code of conduct, and unfortunately Councillor Swamba has breached this as outlined in that summary.
Any other discussion around the table? Anyone? Yep, Councillor West.
I just feel that when we refer to a private investigating company, we need to adhere to their recommendation at the end of their investigation. I don't think it's right that we should be going through doing a forensic examination of the situation, to be honest, when we've already done that.
Thank you. Councillor Chalk?
I just don't necessarily agree with that. We've got to form our own opinion. We're here to make the decision. We don't have to follow the guidance of anybody, really, I don't think. We can use it as a reference. So I don't think that is correct fully.
Yeah, I agree. They give us a recommendation, and it's only a recommendation.
We've already not followed the last one, so...
Yeah.
Through the chair, the investigation report provides a finding, and that finding, yes, is detailed in the report.
Yep. Councillor McInnes?
So I don't disagree with the acting CEO, but it's up to us on what level that we find our findings, if that's the right words. And we've got quite a range we can do, and I agree with your statement before, Deputy. I don't think this is a high level range, and if you're putting it in a drink driving thing, it'd be 0.05, not 0.20 or something. Yeah?
Correct. 0.04.
Can I just remind that there is no degrees of inappropriate conduct. We need to be...
Yep.
I didn't say there was, but we can determine what level we actually
apply to it.
Find people. That the 100% mentioned there can be 10%. It can be even more than that, and I believe it's fairly low level.
Correct.
Through the chair, can I just make a clarification? Council's recommendation today is that the councillor either is guilty of inappropriate conduct or not. So there isn't room for you to make a finding that it was only a low level, or that it was a little bit, or it was minor. It is either inappropriate conduct or not. Just
That's
to clarify.
right, and we agree.
Yeah.
It's the imposition of the orders which will determine. So, yeah. So do you believe that's appropriate outcome, what you've read out in your motion, for what has happened?
Yes, and I've used the guidance as outlined in the report for a third instance engaging in inappropriate conduct. Given the fact that we are dealing with an experienced councillor, and there has been some reputational damage to council, and the fact that there has been previous inappropriate conduct found for Councillor Swan.
Right. Any other discussion around the table? No? Can we have a seconder for the motion? Failure for a seconder. So we failed to, that motion has now failed. Lapsed really? For a seconder. I'd like to move a motion from the chair. Just waiting for the catch up. That if you could just cut Councillor Enright, the first part of Councillor Enright's in there. So one in the top of two. And yep, that part. Okay, move a motion that in accordance with, just wait for the catch up, sorry. That in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009 Section 150AG, Council finds that Councillor Swanborough has engaged in inappropriate conduct, and that in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009 Section 150AH, the following orders are imposed. No action, just trying to find the exact wording of the, yeah. That no action be taken against the councillor. Okay, discussion. Any discussion around the table? Councillor West.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I can't support that no action be taken against the councillor. I really believe that certainly the councillor needs to make a public admission and the reprimand be recorded against them. I'd be happy to have another look at the reimbursement of the costs arising, but I certainly think an apology at the very least needs to be made.
Requesting an amendment to the motion? Okay, so discussion around the table. Councillor McInnes.
Yes, I'm sort of along the same lines as Councillor West. I think, to me, by finding that is engaged in inappropriate conduct and then saying no action be taken at all, I think it's a bit too bob each way. I think we need some. If we believe he is engaged in there, and that's what the finding has found, we should be taking something, some action.
Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, look, I do agree. If we do find him to have engaged in inappropriate conduct, I believe he should be, a public apology would be sufficient for the crime, is my opinion.
Any other discussion? Councillor Enright.
I think we have to be very cautious about not finding any case to be taken, otherwise that's creating a very unhealthy precedent. I'm happy that my original proposal was submitted. If there was a reduction in the severity of that, I'd be happy to come to where we think is a reasonable place to land. I have used the table outlined on page 289 as the basis to my original recommendation, and support Councillor West, Councillor McGuinness and Councillor Chalk on that something needs to be addressed.
So would you like to make an amendment to my motion?
I will.
Okay.
So I'd like to make an amendment to...
Turn your mic on, please.
Sorry. The amendment being happy with 1 and 2, but number 3, that the councillor make a public admission that the councillor has engaged in inappropriate conduct. That a reprimand be recorded against the councillor for the conduct, and that if the councillor engages in the same type of conduct again, it will be treated as misconduct.
We're just waiting for catch up.
Yes, sorry. Yes, it is actually. It's just excluding that last one with the reimbursing.
Okay, so the amendment that we have at the moment, proposed by Councillor West, you can just read it out. I don't think we need point 1 in there. It was just point 2. No, because she's only amending point 2 of my motion. She's not moving a new motion. She's only amending point 2 of my motion. Yeah, so point 1 will already be there.
Okay, so the amendment being, in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Section 150AH, the following order is imposed. A, that the councillor makes a public admission that the councillor has engaged in inappropriate conduct. B, that such an admission must include, but not limited to, a statement that is to be read at the next available ordinary meeting, acknowledging that the councillor behaved inappropriately, causing harm to third parties. C, that a reprimand be recorded against the councillor for the conduct. And D, that if the councillor engages in the same type of conduct again, it will be treated as misconduct.
Any discussion on the amendment? No, I seek a seconder. Seconded Councillor McGuinness. Would you like to speak on your motion, Councillor West?
Look, I think it's fairly self-explanatory, to be honest.
Okay. Those for speaking against the motion? Those seeking leave to speak additionally to the motion? Okay, now call for a vote. All those in favour of the motion? Of the amendment, sorry. All those in favour of the amendment? That's carried unanimously.
Chair, I'd like to move an amendment.
Wait, just need let our scribe catch up. Okay, go ahead.
In addition, that the councillor reimburse the local government for 30% of the cost of the investigation arising from the council's inappropriate conduct.
So is that E?
I think that would be.
So you'd like to move it to add line E in to E. Any discussion on the amendment? Yes, correction, 30%.
I think, as I outlined earlier, that we need to be beyond reproach.
This is discussion before we get into debating. So any discussion on the 30%? Okay. Ask for a seconder to the amendment. The amendment lapses for the lack of a seconder. So it moves us back to the original amended motion.
Yep.
We've just got to wait for it to catch up. Okay. Now, we didn't have a seconder for that one, did we, at the moment? Just going back? No. Okay, so I'll read out the motion as it now stands with the amendment. That one, in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Section 150 AG, Council finds that Councillor Swanborough has engaged in inappropriate conduct, and 2, in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Section 150 AH, the following order is imposed. Orders are imposed. I'll read Section 2 again. 2. In accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Section 150 AH, the following orders are imposed. A. That the councillor make a public admission that the councillor has engaged in inappropriate conduct. B. That such an admission be made, but not limited to, a statement that is to be read at the next available ordinary meeting, acknowledging that the councillor behaved inappropriately, causing harm to third parties. C. That a reprimand be recorded against the councillor for the conduct. And D. That if the councillor engages in the same type of conduct again, it will be treated as misconduct. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor McGuinness. I will now speak. Oh no, I'll speak at the end. Anyone to speak in favour of the motion? Anyone to speak against the motion? I will speak for the motion. I do agree with everything that's in there, and I do accept the amendment that was taken to include those orders. Now, move for the vote. All those in favour of the motion? That's carried unanimously. Can we please have Councillor Swanborough back in? We just got to wait for Councillor Swanborough again. Apologies to our digital gallery. Just need to find Councillor Swanborough.
Through the chair, councillor, he can choose not to return. He has been invited to return to close out this matter, but he can choose not to.
Just in relation to 7.8 of the standing orders on page 7 of 12, the subject councillor. Yep. Back. Okay. Just to our resolution, if we could, motion. So, just to advise you of the details of the decision, it was moved that in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Section 150 AG, Council finds that Councillor Swanborough has engaged in inappropriate conduct, and 2, in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Section 150 AH, the following orders are imposed. That the councillor makes a public admission that the councillor has engaged in inappropriate conduct. B, that such an admission must include but not limited to a statement that is to be read at the next available ordinary meeting acknowledging that the councillor behaved inappropriately, causing harm to third parties. C, that a reprimand be recorded against the councillor for the conduct. And D, that if the councillor engages in this type of conduct again, it will be treated as misconduct. That closes out 11.3. We'll now move on to 11.4. If the CEO can please bring forward the item.
Thank you, Chair. So 11.4 is inappropriate conduct matter C/21/00247. Similarly to the matters previously before Council, the Office of Independent Assessor referred a complaint of inappropriate councillor conduct back to Council with a recommendation to engage an external investigator. Ashton's Investigations was engaged and they subsequently conducted an investigation. Ashdale then prepared an investigation report which included an assessment of the evidence and findings on the allegations of inappropriate conduct. Once the investigation has been completed, Council is required to determine whether the subject councillor has engaged in inappropriate conduct and, if so, what the appropriate order should be. Happy to hand back to you, Chair, to discuss the details of that investigation.
Thank you. And in accordance with our previous procedural motions, the inappropriate conduct matter C/21/00247, the particulars of the allegation are: 1. On or about 21 March 2021, the councillor commented in a media podcast by Voice of Rural Australia titled "Beaudesert's Heritage Sale Yard Stands Up to Council Bulldozing." The matter was not related to the councillor's division and the comments were made contrary to council's media policy. The councillor failed to clearly state whether he was providing his personal opinion or speaking on behalf of council. 2. In making the comments, the councillor failed to acknowledge the decisions made by council at its ordinary meeting on 21 September 2020, 12 October 2020 and 23rd of February 2021 were majority decisions of council. Do we have any questions or clarifying points around the table? None. I do acknowledge the recommendation in the investigator's report, which I will read out. The investigator recommended that the allegation that on or about 21 March 2021, Councillor Swanborough inappropriately made unauthorised comments and failed to clearly express that his comments did not represent the official view or majority decision of council during a media podcast by Voice of Rural Australia entitled "Beaudesert's Heritage Sale Yard Stands Up to Council Bulldozing" was not substantiated. No other clarifying points. Can I ask for a mover of any motion?
In the inconsistency, I think it would be fair that Councillor Swanborough departs the room again.
Yeah.
Yes, but don't go to Sydney.
Yeah, just go outside the door. Thank you. I'll go into the tea room if you could. Can someone escort him? No, you get to stay, Councillor. Chalk? No heavy muscle out there. Have we got a mover?
I'm happy to forward a recommendation for Marshall to use or whatever.
Yep. Okay. Councillor Enright, you have a motion?
That in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Section 150AG, Council finds that the subject councillor has not engaged in inappropriate conduct.
Wait for it. We have to wait for the scribe to catch up. We also need a discussion before the seconder. Thank you. Let's keep proper procedure. Let's keep proper procedure, please, Councillor McInnes. Is there any discussion? Seconder, Councillor Chalk. Would you like to speak on your motion, Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. Look, I remain that consistency is important, and the result of the investigation was that no finding be found. I think what this says is that we have a process that we may or may not like, but we have this process whether we like it or not. The investigation is carried out, a finding is presented, and then we need to use that as a basis for our decision making. I believe in this instance that Councillor Swanborough has not engaged in inappropriate conduct, and that's why I move this.
Thank you. Anyone to speak against the motion? Anyone to speak additionally? No? Now vote. All those in favour? That's a unanimous decision. Carried. Hopefully Councillor Swanborough is just outside the door. Okay, just advise the outcome, and it was moved and carried that in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Section 150AG, Council finds that Councillor Swanborough has not engaged in inappropriate conduct. I now hand the chair, thankfully, back to the Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. We've reached a point where we have two items proposed for remaining for confidential. Both matters are proposed as confidential according to Section 254J3A of the
Mr. Mayor, could I ask something, please? While we're in open council, I wish to apply for leave of absence from council while we're in open council for the next two ordinary meetings following, based on personal reasons.
Councillor, there is a process to deal with that.
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe there'll be any more meetings before.
Well, yeah, but I'm just pointing out, Councillor, you had the opportunity to make that request at the beginning of the agenda today when I asked about attendance. There's a leave of absence point there, but so your request for a leave of absence
for the meeting of the 25th of October and the 8th of November.
Councillor, for clarity, there's also a number of other official engagements in that time, including attendance at conference. So are you not available now to attend a conference? I'm just trying to understand what this relates to. Or is it, are you...
No, my leave will start from that 25th of October.
You're proposing to be unavailable for your council duties, particularly for the ordinary meetings, for personal reasons, for the 25th of October and the 8th of November.
That's correct.
It's okay. So we just deal with... okay. Councillors, that's the request of Councillor Swanborough. By effectively, it's just a resolution. Do we support that request? No, I'm happy to propose the motion that councillors support Councillor Swanborough's request for leave of absence from the 25th of October, inclusive of the 25th of October and the 8th of November 2022 for personal reasons. I would seek clarification, Councillor, that just to avoid confusion, that between those two dates, and I'm not sure whether it extends after the 8th, but certainly between those two dates, you are advising you won't be available for any council duties, or just... I'm trying to understand, Councillor, you're either on duty or you're off duty. I'm just...
Mr Mayor, during that period of time, it'll be up to council if they want me to dial in to a meeting.
No, Councillor, you've said you're asking for a leave of absence. It's your wording, not mine.
Exactly right. I mean, I don't really care, but it's up to the council if I'm available to dial in on those 2 days, if the council want that to occur. If not, if they don't want me to do it, I won't be doing it.
Sorry, Councillor, you have me very confused. A leave of absence implies you're requesting not to be disturbed for personal reasons for that period of time.
I'm only asking for a leave of absence from those meetings.
Correct, Councillor.
At that particular time.
I'm trying to understand whether there are any other duties that we might have to support for your division through that time, but leave that aside. More importantly, it's not up to us. If you've requested a leave of absence, it's not up to us to direct you to ignore it. Once you're on a leave of absence, if you don't want to have a leave of absence, but you want a request to attend remotely, you don't need to go through this process, but you've said you want a leave of absence. I'm just clarifying.
Look, Mr Mayor, it's no different to when Councillor Chalk went on holidays and we provided that opportunity for him to dial in when he was on leave. I'm just offering the same thing to the other councillors. I mean, it's just an offer. I won't be in the country, quite frankly, and if you want me to dial in, then please do.
Councillor, again, your language isn't what occurred with Councillor Chalk. Your language is not what occurred with Councillor Chalk. Councillor Chalk asked for the opportunity to dial in. That wasn't us asking him to dial in. That's why your positioning is incorrect. That's why you had me confused.
Well, as I said, I don't think it's any different. If the other councillors want me to, I'm more than happy to. If they don't, then that's okay. So it'd be up to the other councillors to move a motion if they wanted me to do that.
No, that's not correct, Councillor. That is not correct. Again, you are misrepresenting what occurred. Councillor Chalk made the request, and if you wish to make that request, you can, but you haven't made that request, so I haven't carried it forward into a motion. So I'm happy to go forward with my motion.
Before I make the request, I'll just ask the other councillors what their opinion is and whether they would care that I do that.
I don't think that's a reasonable thing to ask them to make a decision on, councillor. They don't know the circumstances.
Mr Mayor, I've asked the question of the other councillors. I know you can answer, everything that I say, but I would prefer prefer to hear from the other councillors.
Point of order, councillor. That was very disrespectful to the chair. I'm trying to point out proper process. As usual, you seem to have difficulty with it. I've explained to you, Councillor Chalk made the request. He didn't ask the other councillors what they thought of it. He put it forward as a request and then councillors expressed their view on it. If you wish to make that request, that's what you need to do.
So what you're saying is that if contentious issues that require the full vote of council come before the agenda, that you will be available for the whole meeting?
The same as Councillor Chalk, the resolution was for all or part of the meeting.
That's when I was sick, wasn't I? I was on COVID, wasn't I?
Yeah, but you requested to dial in. You participated by a dial-in.
Oh, okay.
However, you were ill for part of it and you weren't able to sustain at the table.
No, you dialed in for the whole day.
So, I'm happy to continue with the motion as per what Councillor Swan was originally requested. Councillor...
Sorry, I had to turn it off to listen to my original.
Sorry, but...
Anyway, move on.
You've made a request for leave for personal reasons. I've carried that forward as a motion.
Can I suggest an amendment? Or to clarify your motion that if an item comes up on the agenda that requires the full vote of council, that Councillor Swanborough...
I don't believe that's consistent with the Local Government Act. Councillor, that's because it's not... who's going to determine what requires that? The notion is that when you choose a leave of absence, you rely on the performance of the chamber. And that's why it was a bit of an anomaly. I'm not averse to someone requesting the opportunity to dial in for matters of concern, which I think was what you did, Marshall.
Yeah, you just need to request the option to dial in if you feel as though you want to participate in a certain item. So
I think that would be appropriate, yes.
So, Councillor, it has to be your request. I don't know how much else I can explain to you.
I'll move that Councillor Swanborough be afforded the opportunity, having read the agenda for either of those meetings,
You turned it off.
to remotely connect and participate in all or part of the meetings.
Councillor, in light of the evidence you've given us, I'm not sure how you'll perform your other councillor duties if you're out of the country during that time. but that's something that to be considered separately from this. This deals with the procedural pieces, but we'll need to ensure that we're having that adequate support. So I believe I can withdraw my proposed motion because the councillor now has prepared the wording for himself. I'm happy to withdraw my other. It's moved by the councillor. I'm not sure quite whether it meets the threshold for a procedural or requires a seconder. I'd suggest we put a seconder to play Councillor Chalk. Any further discussion from you, councillors, to Councillor Swanborough to clarify? Councillor Swanborough, you wish to talk further your motion?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking to leave to speak additionally? I will just speak additionally that whilst I'm happy to support the motion, I do urge the CEO to consider whether we need guidance from the department about this. This seems to be making a confusion of the intent of leaves of absence and the reliance on the ongoing performance of councillors that wasn't, I don't believe, intended when those provisions for remote access were put in place. And it may be a matter for further consideration by the department, but I'm happy to support the motion. Anyone else wishing to speak? Put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Now we return to the matters I just need to dial back in because it took so long on that. So we have two matters which involves item 11.5 and 11.1 that are both closed in accordance with section 254J3A of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and they're closed for the purposes of that they relate to the appointment, discipline or dismissal of the Chief Executive Officer. I seek a mover to move into closed. Councillor McConnell. Any discussion to that? I seek a seconder. Councillor West. I don't need to speak. Councillor, those in favour? Moved unanimously. Thank you to those in the gallery. We'll now move into closed meeting, and I can't advise when we'll return to open for the resolutions from this discussion. I bid you good afternoon for now. Councillors, I seek a motion to return into open session at 5:05. Councillor McConnell, seconded Councillor Enright. Any need for discussion? Those in favour? Councillors, we are now back in open session. Acting CEO, I ask you to introduce a resolution firstly for item 11. A recommendation for item 11.5.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 11.5 is review of council procedure, Chief Executive Officer Performance and Contract Management. And the recommendation is that council adopt the amended council procedure, Chief Executive Officer Performance and Contract Management, HR 01.18PR.02. And 2, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure CM03.01PR.01, confidentiality be maintained in relation to council procedure, Chief Executive Officer Performance and Contract Management, and the document not be released.
Councillors, I seek a mover. Councillor Enright, any further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell, wish to speak further, Councillor? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 11.1. Acting CEO, I turn to you again.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 11.1 refers to the appointment. Appointment of Chief Executive Officer. The recommendation is that 1. Council agree to proceed with appointment of the preferred candidate to the position of Chief Executive Officer in line with the recruitment advice. 2. Council confirm the remuneration range for the position of Chief Executive Officer in line with the recruitment advice. 3. In accordance with council procedure, Chief Executive Officer recruitment, appointment and performance, HR 01.18CP, Council delegate the authority under Section 194 of the Local Government Act 2009 to the Mayor to negotiate within the financial range specified in the recruitment advice provided, finalise the employment agreement and formally appoint the preferred candidate to the position of Chief Executive Officer. 4. The reference to recruitment advice is to be retained within the confidential records of Human Resources. 5. Council endorse the draft employment agreement as the basis of Council's offer to the Chief Executive Officer, subject to inclusion of final terms and conditions as negotiated by the Mayor. And 6. In accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure CM03.01PR.01, Council maintain confidentiality over the content of this report, including the attachment, and due to privacy obligations, they not be released to the public.
Seek mover. Councillor Chalk. Any additional discussion, councillors? Seek seconder. Councillor McGuinness. Wish to speak further, Councillor Chalk? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Not. We put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, officers, for your patience. Thank you to those in the gallery for sticking with us through the day. Councillors, I declare the ordinary meeting closed at 5:09 p.m. and bid you good afternoon.